So we were waiting on Avs news for the last few weeks, wondering why has there not been a press conference? What is going on? What's the status of the coach? What's the status of everything? Turns out this might be a reason why. Why would you trot out your GM at an end-of-season press conference just to have that guy leave and take another job? Now, the MacFarland departure is an interesting one. All that happens now, there's this old Mitch Hedberg joke. An escalator can never be broken. It can only become stairs. That's it. And that's what I think the Avs situation was in their front office. If you lose Chris MacFarland he obviously wanted a promotion, probably a raise to go with it, but the job that he's getting is not one that's available within this organization unless you find a way to get rid of Joe Sakic, which was not on the table and never will be. So his departure just means you go back to what you had before. At least for now, Joe Sakic is going to take over the general manager duties. And here's the statement from Josh Kroenke yesterday. Joe Sakic will resume the general manager duties for the foreseeable future, including through this month's draft and start of league year. In Joe's previous stint as GM, he helped build the current roster and led us to a 2022 Stanley Cup. We are confident in Joe's leadership and that we will continue to build upon our recent success as we seek to bring another cup back to Colorado. So here's kind of the way that I think about this. And I told you yesterday, the job titles and duties and everything else have always been something that confused me, especially in the hockey ranks. I always will kind of see general manager as the guy who's in charge of everything. But whenever you ask somebody if there's a major decision to be made, who's got the call on that one? Outside of the obvious, which is ownership. Ownership's going to have the ultimate call on anything that happens within an organization, but they aren't doing the day-to-day duties. So I always thought if there was something huge, and let's say there was a disagreement, something had to happen. You either trade Mikko or you don't. And Joe Sakic, if he was staunchly against the idea and Chris MacFarland was staunchly for the idea, who wins the battle? If it's Joe Sakic, then I don't know how much is really changing. Outside of his responsibilities and his duties, like his life will be different. But sometimes people get these promotions and it's seen as sort of an ornamental role to get somebody some extra cash. We were having this silly thing yesterday going through the titles of world leaders in what is the biggest title you can have, whether it was emperor or pharaoh or whatever. And I was looking some of these up, and there was something called Grand Prince. And Moser goes, Grand Prince sounds like a title you give somebody who was just a prince beforehand and wanted to be a prince somewhere else. So you put grand in front of it, and it seems like you got a promotion. And that's kind of what, to me, president of hockey operations is to general manager. You're still doing the big decision-making. Maybe all of the more, this is the wrong way to put it, but for lack of a better term, grunt work of I'm going to go sign this college guy to an entry-level contract to see if he can play in the league or not. Maybe that stuff is now beyond your duties as president of hockey ops.
Well, how about the Nuggets? They have 0 GMs and 2 guys with fake made-up titles.
Yeah, what is the titles for Tenzer and Wallace again?
Word salad.
Okay, I'll look it up. Go ahead.
Executive.
That's right.
Executive administrator of player decisions, and then executive of player operations personnel executives. I don't know. Just put them into a word generator.
Let me see.
And remember, at his end of season press conference, Josh Kroenke was asked a lot about what's the flow between Tenzer and Wallace and Kroenke. What's the pecking order? And he mentioned that there was a large trade last summer that happened, and none of the three of them were directly consulted. And I said,
Yeah.
well, okay, so then what's the point of even having these fake titles if you're not going to use them?
So Tenzer is the executive vice president of basketball operations, and John Wallace is the executive vice president of player personnel.
What does that mean?
That they're both general managers, I suppose.
They're both George Costanza, assistant to the traveling secretary.
But the point to this is, again, knowing you had the safety net of Joe Sakic being there, to me, there's really no panic. I think that Chris MacFarland did a good job. I loved the aggressive nature in which they went out and tried to find ready-made championship caliber players. Obviously, it didn't work, but I love the mentality. And I don't think that stuff changes. I don't think anything really changes. The only thing that crossed my mind, and look, I don't know if this is official. It kind of feels like everybody's going off of the same date or tweet. But when you see anybody from Elliot Friedman to Pierre LeBrun throwing out there, reports are coming out of Colorado that Bednar is staying. Like, that very well might be true. But when they say reports, it doesn't sound like they're hearing anything. It sounds like they're going off of the same sort of info of a tweet that we saw from Dater saying that Bednar's going to remain. And maybe that's the truth. I just don't know if there's been anything official. But if that is the case, one of the things that I wonder is, was there maybe disagreement between Sakic and MacFarland over the status of Bednar? Like, maybe Sakic thought that he should stay, and maybe MacFarland thought that he should go. The whole thing with Chris MacFarland and his situation, another part of this is Kroenke did mention he gets I'm paraphrasing, but essentially he gets a promotion and he gets to be closer to family, was part of this. And I don't know the ins and outs of Chris MacFarland's family and where they're located and all that different stuff. But bottom line is, you'd almost always think that if somebody of the status of the Avalanche lose their general manager to a different job, and it isn't for getting fired, that it would be a mess. And I don't think that anybody thinks that way. Again, the escalator doesn't break, it only becomes stairs. And what you got here is the escalator's broken. Nope, it's just Joe Sakic, who did a pretty damn good job for a number of years in that same role. So, again, odd, but it feels as if, and this is what I wondered, when these reports are coming out from the NHL insiders that it looks like Bednar is staying, I asked the question forever. I was like, if they haven't fired him by now, I don't think that people wait 2 weeks and then they're like, yeah, now we'll make the decision. I don't think you'd have a press conference, end of the season presser, before making that decision either. And so I don't know. It was weird. I will admit that this is a very odd thing that happens. I'm trying to think of what the equivalent of this would be in other sports. It's a little bit like what happened with Tim Connolly, but at the same time different, because you had to go out and they gave the job to Calvin Booth shortly after that, who was there as the assistant GM, but I'm trying to find like somebody, I suppose, if George Payton went and took another job and then they moved John Elway back down to the GM role. I guess it's kind of like that. But it is just a very interesting sort of tidbit that went down yesterday. 303-504-0925 is the Shunt Mazda text line. I do want to know what you guys think, because you Avalanche fans can get your panic button hit pretty quick. And I don't really truly know what the feel is from yesterday. This doesn't feel like a panicked type of move. This sounds like, well, if you want something higher than GM, that doesn't exist here, so you have to go somewhere else. And we have a backup plan anyway, which is the case of Joe Sakic, who built a championship roster already. Texter says, escalators can fail and kill a bunch of people also, Brett. I mean, I'm not aware of that.
That's just somebody who watched too many Final Destination movies.
Well, I know there's a whole thing of like somebody can get a shoelace caught in the escalator and then they got to take the shoe off or it's going to suck you in there. Something like, I don't know. Something like that.
But that's not an escalator breaking. That's your shoe getting stuck in it.
Correct.
That's the point of Mitch Hedberg's joke. Maybe this texter didn't understand it because you didn't do the escalators cannot break. They only become stairs.
They only become stairs. Yeah, I didn't do the whole Mitch Hedberg voice. My bad. Still, one of my favorite jokes that I ever heard was, I play golf. I've never gotten a hole-in-one, but I did hit a guy, which is way more satisfying. They say you're supposed to yell 4. I was too busy muttering, there ain't no way that's going to hit him. Which I've seen, not people get hit, but golf balls that come incredibly close to people, and that's what they're saying instead of 4. The guy was a genius. Like, everything was a Snapple cap joke, but it was brilliant. But the escalator can only become stairs. And that is Joe Sakic. I think what's more interesting in all this is if Bednar's going to stay. Because that it's a further commitment to the idea of what kind of hit me a few days after the season ended. It wasn't immediately, but like 3-4 days removed from the Avs being eliminated from postseason contention, I thought to myself, it was just weird. I don't know if that series was some sort of referendum on what you didn't have at coach or personnel-wise or whatever. I just think sometimes you get hit with a weird dose of circumstance. And it can happen. I mean, it happens in your life, doesn't it? Whatever job you have at work, I feel like I'm doing everything right and nothing is giving me the result I want. Certainly happens with radio ratings at times. It happens, it's happened my entire life in radio. You have these peaks where you're like, okay, I might be good at this. I ain't that good. And then you have these valleys where you're like, well, I'm definitely better than that. And I just think the Avs just got caught in a weird week. And this would be a further commitment to the idea of just that. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. Back after this. So a texter writes this in: every single time the Avs lose in the playoffs, we call it a weird week. At what point do consistent weird weeks just become normal? Look, I'm not saying it was a weird week and that is an excuse for them losing. There was no excuse for them to lose that series. They were, go to my grave with this, they're the best team in the NHL. And in that series, they looked nothing like that. And so, yeah, I don't think that is excusing the reality of a gigantic missed opportunity. But it was weird because when we say that, I don't think that many people would disagree with the statement I just made. And sometimes you run into hot teams, and hot teams can outdo a more talented team, whatever you want to call it. Like Vegas goes out last night, game 1, which you can hear every game right here on 92.5 throughout the course of the Stanley Cup final. But they get immediately, bang, 25 seconds in, they're down 1-0. Then it's 2-0. And then they just did the Vegas thing. Score, 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 take the lead, give it up, take the lead back, give it up, find a way to win at the end. Like, this is what they've been doing throughout this entire playoff run. And to a certain extent, you just got to credit them for making the plays when the moments are at their biggest. I think it's the best thing that team has in their arsenal right now. When you have to make a play, Vegas seems to make a play, and it doesn't matter who they're playing against. Now, I'd tell you this much. To the extent of every time we lose in the playoffs, we call it a weird week. It is weird. I think that, one of your most important players in Val Nichushkin disappearing for 2 straight years in the postseason is weird. Not due to injury, by the way. Just like randomly, I leave. Is that weird? I think so. Is it weird that your captain doesn't play for 3.5 years and you don't really know if he's even physically capable of coming back and playing, and then he does come back and play? And is that weird? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, there's a lot of weird that has surrounded this team. A lot of it. Again, not an excuse, but I think that is a reality. It's been a little bit weird. So, I don't think there's any question, by the way. I mean, look at the changes that have been made within this roster. It seems as if you believe all these reports from the Elliot Friedmans of the world, that Bednar is not going anywhere. I mean, this is a guy that's been tenured here for a decade. If they thought there was some sort of fatal flaw in his way of going about business, they would have fired him. Doesn't seem to be the case. As far as personnel, if they thought there was some sort of fatal flaw, or they think so, then those changes are going to come this offseason. My guess is they probably aren't moving too much around. They might make a couple of moves. The Brock Nelson playoff runs back-to-back years have been disappointing. Maybe you look somewhere like that. But I don't think, as far as the top guys in this team, it's not like they're going to go out and shop McKinnon or McCarr. Look at the actions. It'll tell you everything that they think. And in the case of the Avs, in the way that they're thinking, all these actions kind of say, yeah, I don't know what happened. That was a little odd. I don't think it's going to happen again. So moving on to other business. This is a rarity. You don't see this happen very often, especially in that sport. Ironically, it's happened twice within this organization over the past, what would it be, 7 years? 6, 7 years? Don't you do the hands. I was looking at Nelly like he's my 3 about to be 4-year-old. I was like, don't do it. Don't.
Is that still a thing? Are we still doing 6-7 jokes?
I have kids all over my neighborhood, and it's all I hear.
Okay, because I thought we were past that as a collective society.
If the we that you're talking about is people in their 30s and older, yeah, I think we should be far beyond that. We never should have started that, actually. But anybody under the age of 10 or maybe low teens, I guess that's still a giant thing for them. I have no idea. But we witnessed the Broncos years ago look at one of their players and Chris Harris Jr. and just like, damn, here, take a few more $1 million with nothing really in return. No contract extension, no this, no that, no converting this to a signing bonus. It was just, here's extra money. Take it. So here's what happens. And I got to be honest, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this. But I understand why they did it. And so we'll get to it in a second. They looked at Pat Surtain, and they just hauled off and gave him a $5 million raise with another $5 million in incentives that he could make. Now, here was PS2 talking about that move.
We talked about it before, but I think it's a testament to the ownership and the Broncos as an organization. And, we talked about it. Honestly, I want to be here. I want to be a Broncos. So they heavily invested into me as well, as much as I'm invested into them. So, it's an honor and privilege to be here still. So
there is good and there is, I think, potentially bad that are mixed in this. But here's the good news. You earn a lot of brownie points within that locker room. And this is a continuation of what this ownership group has done, which is always seem to put the players first. But there's a reasoning behind why you do what you do. In the case of Pat Surtain, the benefit of getting a deal done so early is that you don't have to continually outpace the next guys that get paid. It's why I always say, if you find somebody that you know is going to be here for the next 5 years, give them a contract as soon as possible. Now, the cap's going to continue to go up, and you're going to have a bigger slice of the pie to spend on players as the years go by. All of that's understood. But it's the benefit of getting it done early that gives you a little bit extra ammo down the line. So you start to look at the highest paid corners in the league, at least Pat Surtain did, and he goes, well, I'm better than those guys. Why are they getting more money than me? I'm better than J.C. Horn. Like, listen to this list that I'll give you of the highest paid corners in the league, okay? And this is on a per year average dollar sort of value. Trent McDuffie just got $31 million a year. Ahmad Gardner, Sauce, he just got $30 million. Derek Stingley, $30 million. J.C. Horn, $25. Jalen Ramsey, 24.1. And Surtain's there at 24 even per year. So that is 5 different guys who have more money per year than Surtain, with 3 of them making at least $6, if not $7 million more per year. Surtain's right to think to himself, they have no business making more money than I do per year. I'm the best in the league. There is nothing incorrect about that statement. It is purely factual. The thing is, you sign the contract knowing that down the line people are going to make more money than you. Could you have in your head $6 to $7 million a year more, like a year and a half after you sign it? Probably not that extent. Because when Surtain got paid 24, he was by far the highest paid corner in the league at that time. Then everything shifted. So the question is, who initiated the extension?
It's something that was worked out mutually. I think we mutually agreed on where things was heading further on. So, everything was positive going through that situation. So
here's my read on mutually. Mutually means I was going to go there and tell him, I ain't playing in your silly training camp unless you give me a few more bucks. That's what mutually means to me. And the Broncos mutually agreed that wouldn't be fun. So here. I said there's good and bad. Here's the good news. Good news is this. You're treating your players well. That's going to reflect well in the locker room. It's always tricky when you have players that feel like the ownership group is trying to nickel and dime them. That's bad. That's not the case here. Kind of used to be the case back in the day. Here's the bad news. Nelly, can you do me a favor? Can you look up how many sacks Nick Bonito had last year for a defensive line and pass rushing group that damn near set an NFL record for the amount of times they bashed quarterbacks over the head? They're on pace for it all year. They finished, were they second all time? Something like that.
He had 14 sacks in the regular season, 1 in the postseason.
14 sacks in the regular season. That puts him firmly in the top tier of pass rushers in the NFL. Well, let me give you some prices across the league on these pass rushers. Will Anderson Jr. just got $50 million a year. Micah Parsons is at 46.5. Aiden Hutchinson's at 45. TJ Watt's at 41. Danielle Hunter's at 40. Myles Garrett's at 40. Max Crosby, 35.5. Bosa's 34. Jalen Phillips, of all people, is 30. Jonathan Greenard, excuse me, at $30 million. Josh Hines Allen at 28.25. Brian Burns at 28.2. Trey Hendrickson at 28. Trayvon Walker at 27.5. And then Nick Bonito at 26.5. Now, Nick Bonito is looking at Pat Surtain, said, well, he felt like he was better than the guys that got paid above him. I'm better than Trayvon Walker. I'm better than Jalen Phillips. I'm better than Josh Hines Allen. Where's my money? Pat Surtain was mad that he got paid $6 million less than the top paid guy. I'm getting paid $23 per year. This is where the bad could come in. Because what would stop somebody who's Nick Bonito, who signed a very team-friendly contract, but if you remember at the time, he had potential. It wasn't totally proven yet. So the Broncos take a little bit of a risk by giving him that cash a little bit early, but it's a little bit of a risk for Bonito, who hasn't proven maybe quite yet that he was worthy of that money, but he certainly is now. Now you got to play a game of who's deserving of the free cash and who's not. Pat Surtain is, because Pat Surtain's an all-timer. Pat Surtain's going to be wearing a gold jacket one day. Nick Bonito's good. Is he that good? Is he, I want my money good? Right after he signs a contract? That's the game that you're going to have to play now. And that's why I think they're very, very careful in saying, like, who did what? How did this happen? They tried to nip this in the bud immediately, and it's smart on their part. Because then the last thing you want, forget the idea of a holdout and that being a little bit of a tough look. If you cave after a holdout, that becomes an entirely different set of circumstances. So I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from here. Does Pat Surtain have a very strong argument as to why he should be paid more? Yes. Are the Broncos smart for doing that? Yes. Could this pose issues down the line? Yeah. Texas says, Brett, they gave Chris Harris Jr. that money because he was upset. They gave Kareem Jackson more money than him. He was also upset that as an undrafted guy, it's hard to recoup the money that you've lost early in your career. That's also another problem. If you're a superstar who comes from an undrafted free agent place, you don't get the guaranteed cash and the big money from the rookie contract. And look, not as big as it was 20 years ago, but still, gigantic cash flow that comes your way with being a first-round pick or whatever. You also have that as your baseline negotiation for your next contract, which doesn't really exist for undrafted guys because they've never gotten paid before. So you give them a little bit of cash, and it seems like a ton to them. But this is kind of what I'm getting at here. You can have now a sort of domino effect of guys that maybe think they're worthy of that aren't. Because we just kind of lived through a situation like this. Nelly, if Cale Makar comes to the negotiating table because his contract's up and he goes, I want a blank check, the Avs say, okay. If Nathan McKinnon comes to the negotiating table and says, I want a blank check, the Avs will say, okay.
Pay him.
Mikko Rantanen comes to the negotiating table and says, I want a blank check. And they go, let's slow down. We love you. You think you're in that category. You're not. You're in the category beneath that category, which is we'll give you a lot of money, but you don't get whatever money you want.
You're not that guy, pal.
And then Carolina Hurricanes and Dallas Stars later, he's like, I guess I'm not in that category.
You're not that guy.
I mean, it's funny that you play that because, Nelly, Pat Surtain is that guy. Are you that guy? Absolutely. He is that guy. Is Nick Bonito that guy? I don't know. He could be. He might be. But how many different people, after saying that, are like, I think I'm that guy?
You're not that guy.
And how many are going to get that response? Interesting. 303-504-0925. Still a ton to get to. Stick around. Texture says, can't they just sign Benito to an endorsement deal with a tree farm or something for $20 million a year? I mean,
Huge, yeah.
here's the thing. They could, because I guess people don't get punished for stuff like that. It is amazing how sometimes leagues have these scandals that they just try and sweep under the rug so fast. And there is no question that happened in the NBA.
You want him to go, hey, I'm Nick Benito, and if you take I-25 to
Exit 235, yeah.
you go 5 miles west of the tree farm.
I don't know if the tree farm has Nick Benito type cash, but
They have money laundering type money.
turns out Aspiration didn't have that either. So
Just get the South Park guys to bankroll the tree farm to pay Nick Benito under the table.
But it is truly remarkable how leagues will do this. They have, like, this one is extra. And I still, outside of what Pablo Torre, did he win a sports Emmy for that, by the way? Something like that?
He did, yes, specifically for his Aspiration tree coverage.
Which resulted in nothing. Isn't that weird? Why would the guy win an Emmy over something that's, I guess, isn't true? So odd. But I'll tell you exactly what happened. The NBA knows it's true. But if they were to actually punish them for the misdeeds involved in that Aspiration story, they would have to hit that team so hard with a punishment. I'm talking like potentially doing what they did before in Los Angeles with the Clippers, forcing an owner to leave. That is cheating. Cheating ain't allowed. So they could either do that or pretend, stick their fingers in their ears and go la 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 and pretend it doesn't exist.
And you can bet on that.
I mean, that thing just disappeared overnight. Because nobody wants that kind of story in your sport. And trust me, I said this from the very beginning. A bigger reason for it is I believe they aren't the only ones doing it. And it becomes one of those deals, if we're going to single out this, well then I'm going to take down this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy, and they're all coming with me. And you don't want that crumbling like a house of cards. So the best tack that we can take is just whistling by the graveyard. I don't know what it is. I can't whistle into microphones on the radio. I can whistle in my day-to-day life. Is it just the air that blows into the... All right, that's better. I can't whistle. I can't whistle when I have a microphone in front of me. It's weird.
It's got to add a little breathing room. Lay off the mic a little bit.
It's stage fright. That's what it is.
There you go.
So anyway, a whole bunch going on here. Again, if you guys believe what was being said yesterday in regards to the Avs and Jared Bednar, looks like he's going to stick around. So he is going to be still behind the bench next year. It's the departure of Chris MacFarland that I suppose from a non-personnel standpoint is going to be the big move. And it wasn't like Chris MacFarland was fired. But I think this puts a lot more puzzle pieces together here. You know, the Avs had their own stuff that they were dealing with, whether it was Claude Lemieux's funeral, whether it was, you know, some Arsenal stuff that ownership had to be involved in when they were in, Turkey, wherever. That I think made it a little bit more difficult to get everybody in the same room and do this end of the season presser. But I think more than that, they knew that this was out there and probably going to happen. And you aren't going to have an end of the season press conference with a GM who's not going to be there in a week. So my assumption now is that this is wrapped up. You're going to be able to get one of these press conferences knocked out here pretty quick. Now, the interesting thing about Bednar, and I will say this, if all these signs and indications seem to point to him coming back, I can't emphasize how rare it is that a coach would be coaching in the final year of his deal. There is always with coaches this sense of security that even if you have somebody that you're on the fence with, you give them the extension, even if it's for a year, just to not have that floating over their head. I mean, there's the scene from Moneyball where Art Howe walks up to Billy Beane and he goes, a coach going into the last year of his contract after winning 100 and something baseball games the year before is really weird. And Billy Beane's response is, if you lose the last game of the season, nobody gives a bleep. And that's true, but it would be rare practice, I would call it, to have a coach going into that final year of his contract with no extension. So that's another thing I suppose to keep an eye on. But all sort of indications pointing to Bednar returning to the bench next year. Now, Texture says, I feel like the Avs need a shakeup in the locker room with leadership. Coaching has developed a wonderful play style that works 99% of the time, but as soon as they run into a team like Vegas or Dallas, they don't have the ability to mix up their play style and adapt. They just keep trying to play the only way they know how to play. This is always a tough one because I can see both sides of pointing to players need to step up in the moment and play better. And I can see the argument of coaches need to adapt a better game plan when they run into this stuff. But to a certain extent, if you're Air Force football and you're playing against Alabama and you're like, well, they need to throw the ball more. What if your team isn't built to do it? I mean, that's also a thing. Sometimes you just got what you got. And the weird part about the game plan and style thing is they did that in the first round. They played that way against LA. You can't look at that first round series against the Kings and tell me that looked like your basic brand Avalanche hockey. It didn't. It was entirely different from what we've seen. They had the ability to play a little bit more physical brand of hockey. And they adjusted the way that they played in that series. And we talked to Bednar about it on this show when he joined us every single Wednesday. We said, what are you most proud of in this first series against the Kings? Nelly, you can pull up the audio. He said, their discipline, that they're sticking to the game plan. That means the game plan of not our usual brand of hockey that we usually play. We had to switch it up against this team specifically, and they're doing a great job of that. Now, Vegas, a better version of LA, but I can point you to another quote from Logan O'Connor after Game 4 ended and they got swept. And he was going through the list of reasons of what went wrong in the series. Part of that was guys didn't stick to the game plan. And I think you're almost never, except in really rare cases where the vibe is bad in a locker room, you're going to get somebody who calls out a coach in that moment. Almost every, especially hockey player, is going to point the finger at themselves and say, I need to do better, because that's just how the mentality of those guys are. So I do understand that part of it. But that's what makes it so weird. Really does. So 303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to. Moser and Vic obviously going to break down their thoughts on the departure of Chris MacFarland over to Nashville as he takes the job there, and Joe Sakic becomes your retainer for the moment, I suppose. I don't know what, that quote from Josh Kroenke yesterday that Joe Sakic will resume the general manager duties for the foreseeable future. Foreseeable future, doing a lot of legwork there, because does that mean for the next few months? Does that mean for the next year? Does that mean for the next couple of years? What does that mean? Nelly, if I tell you I'm going to keep this job for the foreseeable future, Well, how long until something becomes foreseen? Foreseeable future is very vague. And my guess is, every front office that's worth their salt always has a list with them for every position of importance, whether it's GM, head coach, whatever. And if something goes wrong, these are the phone calls I'm going to make first. And I'm sure the Avs have that. Hell, it might be somebody within the building. We brought up the idea Cogliano was the special assistant to Chris MacFarland last year. Maybe this is Sakic takes over, puts him under his wing, and tries to show him the ropes. I don't know. But get more into this in a second. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. Moj, I know you know this man. Vic, do you know who Mitch Hedberg is?
Mitch who?
Mitch Hedberg, a comedian from back in the day.
Yeah.
He had this joke, and he goes, "What I love about escalators is they can never break. They can only become stairs." And that's what I feel like Chris MacFarland and Joe Sakic is. Like you didn't lose necessarily your GM. You just reinserted Joe Sakic, who was already there and had the job, into the job. Joe Sakic was your stairs to Chris MacFarland's escalator. It's not like there's some sort of, like, let's think of it this way. If Joe Sakic was no longer in the organization and Chris MacFarland makes this move, there's a panic, right? You just lost your GM, somebody who's, I know it hasn't resulted in a cup, but I think done a pretty damn good job. And he left to take a gig elsewhere, not because he was fired, because he chose to. Well, now what? And if Sakic wasn't there, this is now a panic. And I don't feel like anybody's panicked, and they shouldn't be.
This is a not-so-secret move that took place. I've
Correct.
heard whispers of this for nearly a month.
Yeah. And maybe
Maybe
that's
more.
part of it, too. You know, when you were prepared for something like this. It
Yeah.
didn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, Moser, I don't know when this emanated. When did they go seeking a GM in Nashville? Because as soon as it happened, his name came up.
Well, we've known that Barry Trotz has been out for some time. He decided I'm going to be done for quite a long time. So the gig has been open for a while now. I mean, a long while before the season was even over. And so I sit here. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to go outside the franchise and tell you, hey, man, some circumstances why we're not having this yet, okay? So just chill out. You'll get it all eventually. You're going to get it all. You're going to get all the goods, all the info you need, all the wants, all the hopes and dreams.
It certainly makes a lot of sense now why there hasn't been a press conference. And I know there's been other things that the ownership group and everybody's been dealing with, whether it's, Claude Lemieux's funeral or Arsenal stuff or whatever. You also aren't going to have a press conference if your GM's bouncing.
That is correct.
So now that that's taken care of, and according to all these reports that Bednar is coming back, I'm assuming we'll get an announcement pretty soon.
I'm sure we will. But if the guy, let me ask you this, though. If a guy is under contract and he's your coach, do you need to announce to the world, by the way, he's still our coach?
Well, no. What I'm saying, Moj, is if they were going to fire him or if they knew that Chris MacFarland was leaving, they aren't having the press conference before those things are done.
I dig what you're saying. But I don't think you need to announce to the world that, hey, Nathan McKinnon's coming back.
Little different circumstance there, Moj.
A little bit. But the speculation comes from what? The fan base and media, or some of the whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't need to announce something that's already in place.
The interesting thing about Bednar is that he's going into the final year of his contract. How many coaches have done that without an extension? That seems really odd in this sport.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's common.
Yeah.
I mean, Brett, how many have done that? Is that a rhetorical question, or you want me to really look it up?
Well, I'm just curious if you know off the top of your head. You got to look it up. It's rare. That's all
I
I'm
do
saying.
not know off the top of my head.
Moj, and I guess we could ask him, you could call him and ask him, did MacFarland have any connection to the city of Nashville or that part of the country?
Not that I know of at all.
I'm just curious.
Did I see something yesterday, or did I make this up in my head that something closer to family?
I thought I read the same thing.
Did I make that up?
Well, you could be making it up, but I think if you're making it up, I thought I read the same thing from somewhere.
No? You don't know?
Look,
Oh, here it is right here. It was in the statement. We would like to thank Chris for all he did for the Avalanche organization. This is Josh Kroenke. Chris was instrumental in our success over the last decade and a key part of our 2022 Stanley Cup championship. This was an opportunity for him to take on a bigger role with the Predators while being closer to his family.
they're down in Florida, so it's a little bit closer than Denver, Colorado is.
Okay, so it's not like they live in Nashville.
But you guys are sniffing up all the wrong trees here. Why are you sniffing into the?
I'm just wondering.
You're like truffle pigs on stuff.
At the end of the day, power and money. Money and power.
Yeah, I don't know why you're pretending. It's it's a weird thing that a GM for a team that's pretty successful leaves and takes a job elsewhere without being fired. I mean, that's not a common occurrence usually.
Well, but we just saw it happen here on the basketball side recently.
I know.
I mean, this is
and we all said, well, that's not something that's typically done.
Let me explain. For Chris, this is a huge promotion. It's huge. You're president and general manager of the Nashville Predators. You're the guy that controls everything with the hockey operation side of things. It's a big, big deal for him. This is really awesome for him.
I think it's great for him, too. I'm right there with you. You're looking at me very curiously, like you're weirded out by what I'm saying this morning. I don't get it.
I think he's trying to tell you money and power. Power and money.
Yeah.
But you're going, well, it's weird that he would, that a GM would. It's not weird when somebody offers you a much bigger role and a lot more bread. I mean, I guess.
Brett, do you like money?
Yes.
Do you like power?
I have a little. I would like more. That's where you come in.
What about power?
I'm not really interested in power.
But what if the power leads to money?
I've always told you, Vic, I like the illusion of power, not the actual power.
What if the power gets you more money?
Dude, this is
money,
a guy,
money now.
This is a guy who's got a business card that says he's part owner of Launchpad. And by part owner means he slipped him a 20 about 3 years ago, and they bought a couple of glasses with it. Now he's part owner.
Yep.
Okay, now, but my point is this.
See, you might think that counts as being a patron. Not for me.
Right. I find your curiosity about things curious. I mean, to me, it all lays out very...
Look, Moj, if George Payton got the job as president of the Ravens and left to take it, I'm not saying that he would be wrong to take it or anything, or I'm just saying that's not a common occurrence all that often is all I'm saying. That you have a successful team and a successful job, that guy leaves and goes elsewhere. Look, I'm not mad about this. I totally understand everything, but to say that this is a common occurrence, I don't think that's true at all. I think it's unique. That's all I'm saying. It's a unique situation, especially because if they were to give him a job like this, they did just do this with the guy who's currently the president and Joe Sakic. And so they didn't have a spot for it.
Correct.
So yeah, look, all I'm saying is this is pretty unique that somebody's part of a really good organization who's doing a really good job and then leaves to another organization without being fired. I just think that's unique.
Not
weird.
Let me reiterate what I said yesterday. And that is, I know that Chris MacFarland was happy as a member of the Colorado Avalanche for all these years. I know he's happy in his job right now. I know he loves the hockey club. I know all this to be true. The only way he ever does accept another position, if it's almost one that you can't refuse.
Sure.
If I'll be the Nashville Don Corleone. Hey now, Brett. Tell you what. Come on down here, run this old hockey club.
Is this your Tennessee accent?
Just my southern.
Hang on, Nelly, can you AI the Godfather theme, but with
a southern drawl?
Yeah, with a southern sort of flair to it. Can we AI that real quick?
Does AI do that kind of thing?
I'm sure they could.
Wait, so you take the Godfather theme.
Well, they can make Billie Jean into like a death metal song if they want to.
I've seen that, yeah.
Moj,
Vic,
I'll ask you this. If it's an offer you can't refuse, we've heard you countless times on this radio show say how many times you hate going to Winnipeg.
Oh.
If Winnipeg came to you and said, we got you, and we will double whatever those people give you.
Yeah. I'll give you $1 million loonies and toonies.
Exactly right. Would you and the Bear make the move to the Peg? Yay or nay?
Would you be a Winnipegian?
Honestly, this is the honest tree. This is the honesty tree. Remember, we've been here before. Would you do it?
Yeah, really ponder that one, Moj. Really ponder that one. Yeah. Go ahead.
How much would it take? I don't know, Vic.
I just told you. If they doubled your income.
No, because in Canada, a lot of that's gone anyway. No.
$1 million. Loonies and toonies.
All right, no.
It's a lot of money.
All right, here we go. They tripled your income and gave you whatever car of your choice.
Fine.
Boy, they really sold him.
Patter, let's get at her.
Wait a minute. What if that's how it happened? Hang on. Cut the music for a second, Nelly. Here's what happened. Nashville calls up MacFarland. They're like, look, your head is pressed against the ceiling with the Avs. That's as high as you're going to go. They aren't doing anything with Sakic. We'll give you that job over here. And he goes,
Fine.
Fine. I mean, who knows? Maybe that is how it went. What did you guys think, though?
I want to say this. Congratulations to Chris. I think the whole franchise looks at it and goes, this is awesome for him. It's an awesome opportunity. It's a chance to grow and be the man there. I mean, why wouldn't you leap at that chance if they offered it to you?
Yeah, it's
awesome for him. And you know what? Like you said, the Avs are still in fine position because Joe's there. Everything's okay.
Well, here's what I think is crazy is Joe's going to take over. That, by the way, in that statement where they said Joe Sakic will resume the general manager duties for the foreseeable future. Foreseeable future is doing a lot of heavy lifting there because foreseeable future could be 3 months. It could be a year.
Sure.
It could be 3 years. It could be 3 weeks. Like, what is foreseeable? I don't know.
Vic, do you recall when Joe Sakic started working for the Colorado Avalanche? Working as a front office kind of guy?
I remember when he sort of dabbled in it and just wanted to learn the business.
That was 2011, if I'm not mistaken. Do you know who's been doing that too, sort of learning on the job?
Yeah, a former player who won a cup here.
That's correct, Andrew Cogliano. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know whether he would be a guy that they would like to groom for that role eventually. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. Cogs works hard. He's a smart guy. He's a very intent guy, a serious guy. He's one of those guys, Vic, you know these guys. Brett, you know. A guy who, when he's a player, he almost is like an extra coach and GM. He's the kind of guy that thinks a lot.
He's also a guy who played in a playoff series with a broken neck.
That is also correct. Broken neck. Correct.
He's, I'll tell you this much. The one thing I don't like is that his job title is now removed from him, which I thought was one of the funniest titles in sports, which was special assistant to the general manager. Because it's just straight Dwight Schrute from The Office. But I don't think you give that guy a job just as a favor. You're doing that with a purpose because you believe this guy could do something down the line from there. Now, this is probably way accelerated from what they were maybe initially planning. But if foreseeable future is you're now under Joe Sakic's wing, you're going to watch him do the day-to-day stuff of a GM, and then eventually you take that over. Like, I don't hate the idea if you believe that he's right for the job.
Sure.
That maybe just a little bit green.
Absolutely. I have a feeling that they had a feeling for some time. Teams have sniffed around Chris before.
Yeah.
When he was an assistant, they sniffed around Chris. He's a bright guy. Works hard. Has a good hockey mind.
I think did a great job.
Yes. Loves the game. Passionate about the game.
Would you guys have guessed a month ago if I told you guys how the season would end for the Avs, that the person leaving would be MacFarland and not Bednar in a scenario like this?
Well, that was the question I wanted to ask you. If you had to guess there was a shakeup involved, would this be the shakeup?
I would have assumed coach. Not that I would have agreed with it, but if you told me there's a move that was going to be made, I mean, that's, first of all, in sports, it's the easiest one to go to. Oh, you guys failed? Coach must have done something stupid.
Yeah.
Get out.
As for coach, you know where I've come on. Anybody who listens to this show, I've said under no circumstances did I ever advocate or want them to touch Jared Bednar.
Yeah.
And he's coming back.
Well, there's something to that, Vic, that I want to get to in just a little bit. About.
So do I. I want to know, you coming back is one thing, but Moser, as you well know, there's coming back and then there's, hey, I'm back. There's two different backs.
Right. So we'll get to that in just a second. 303-504-0925, back after this.
I tell you all the time, guys, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. I mean, here we are in the month of June now, and you want to have a good summer. You want to start feeling like you used to feel. So if your energy is low, your sleep is off, weight won't budge, mind feels foggy, maybe your sex drive not what it used to be, why don't you switch some things up and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? I got treated for low testosterone a long time ago, and it's been working for me tremendously. And it can work for you as well because low T causes a host of problems, including all the things I mentioned. A lot of guys just say, look, you're getting older, you don't consider that maybe you can do something about it, get back your vigor and vibrancy. Well, you can. So do yourself a favor. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 simple questions. Yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, results within 10 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go over all the results with you and discuss your options. You make a decision together on your medical situation. Cost is only $99. Got the consult, T, PSA test, all the stuff. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, the appointment's absolutely free. No need to wait, so here's the number, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so here's the question. All indications pointing to Bednar coming back after the departure of Chris MacFarland to Nashville. What I think about when it comes to Bednar is a few things. If they wanted to fire the coach after the way the season ended, given the expectation and given the fact that, Moj, I will go to my grave saying this, that this year the best team in hockey was the Avs, but they didn't win the cup. Okay, fine. It kind of furthers my theory, and maybe they think the same way I do, that it wasn't some sort of fatal flaw within the coaching of the team. It wasn't a fatal flaw within the personnel of the team. That sweep against Vegas was just weird. And it was one of those just circumstantial things that everything that could go wrong did, and it wasn't necessarily a referendum on what they didn't have more than just the circumstance of the situation.
It doesn't make it more digestible.
No.
But I know where you're coming from. I'm watching this team last night in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, and even when they trailed in the game, I said, just watch.
They trailed 25 seconds in.
I know. Just watch. Just watch. It just feels like it's their year. I don't know what it is, Moj. You know that fatalistic feeling.
Vic, it's the esoteric space jam that gets into a team. There's no way to quantify it. There's no way to tangibly reach out and grab and say, this is exactly what Vegas is going on right now. Eat this, and you'll have some of that too. It's this fuzz. It's the universal fuzz that it's impossible to explain. At the same time, gentlemen, it's impossible to sit here on this microphone or whenever Joe Sakic talks or Coach Bednar or anybody else. I mean, you always tweak, you always try to massage and maneuver and make your team as good as it can possibly be. And the fan base is passionate, and that's what's awesome. You've got passionate fans who want to win probably as bad as you do. But it's very difficult to sit here and say to that fan base, man, they got the team, it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear how close you are. Nobody wants to hear the margins. Nobody wants to hear how thin the margins are on any given shift, any given period. But again, any team that wins the Stanley Cup, we'll go back and look at all these different look at the different games through a Stanley Cup run, Brett, and you think everything could have switched right there, but it didn't.
Well,
everything could have switched right there, but didn't. It could have switched right there, but didn't. I mean, that's how it goes during the course of a run.
But this is what makes it odd.
Nobody wants to hear that, and I get it.
What makes it odd is, I'll tell you guys straight up, I'm not saying this as some sort of salve for losing and getting swept the way that you did. That's sort of unacceptable with the team that you had. And we all kind of acknowledge that. It's not some sort of excuse or whatever. But when you talk about, and it's if this is what you truly believe, which I do, if that series is played 100 times, it's the only time the Avs get swept, is that something you would base major decisions off of?
But you have to ask yourself, too, in those kind of moments and in those kind of games, do the Avs need to change their personnel?
I think that's fair.
Sure. I think you never stop trying, Vic. You never stop trying to be better, to match up against teams that you're going to see down the road. You never stop looking forward. Of course, you don't ever stop. You don't just say, oh, everything's just totally great. Because you lost. Even when you win a Stanley Cup, do you say, wow, this team is perfect? No, it's not. You're always trying to improve the situation.
I mean, here's the bottom line. Does that team, Vegas, does that team have a Norris finalist on its roster?
Nope.
Does it have a Vezina finalist on its roster?
Nope.
Does it have a Hart finalist on its roster?
Nope.
But it's got a lot of talent, veteran talent that's been there. So maybe I don't know the proper way to assemble a team. I don't know, man. I just don't know.
I don't. They fired their friggin' coach, bro. This team was not dead in the water, but they were treading water for the entire season.
You know, it dawned on me.
They hadn't beaten a playoff team. They hadn't beaten a team in the playoffs since December. They had a goalie with a 2.71 and an 8.91. Start the postseason for them.
Well, then how do you explain it?
I friggin' can't. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Your job is to explain
Mother.
things on the radio. Your job, think about what your job is. Your job is to walk in here on a morning basis and take the unexplainable and make it coherent for those who don't
Vic,
understand.
I'm telling you, there's not a person on the planet could explain this. Ask Mark Stone. He's living it. What did he say, Brett?
Last night?
No, what did he say about the vibe around his team now? What did he say?
He said something like, we just got energy now, or something. Something
Hey,
like that.
They're
man,
so
it's just-
confident.
We're
It's
just
like
flowing like flow,
But
man.
to Moser's credit, do you know who else can't really answer the question? Is it feels like the Avs. Again, when Texter writes us in, and this is going to happen, whatever. Stop making excuses for Bednar. I'm not making excuses. Not everybody, but a bunch of people wanted, Bednar's head on a spike after the end of that season, saying, it's time, it's over. And the Avalanche as an organization just came out and told you what? Kind of what we're telling you. Like, we didn't lose belief in the coach. It was weird because if it was any other conclusion than that, changes would have been made and not ones of guys leaving to get promoted to somewhere else.
These are very smart hockey people. Joe Sakic is a 2-time Stanley Cup champion as a player and one as an executive. And he is one of the best players in the history of this game, a Hall of Famer, inside and out of a locker room, right? A dressing room. He knows what it takes to win. He knows why teams lose. He knows all of these things. He knows about coaching relationships. He knows about player relationships. He knows about talent. He knows about lack of talent. He knows about all these kinds of things. And nobody wants to hear this. Everybody wants to solve a problem that very much does not exist. Other than the fact that you lost to Vegas in 4 straight, and it sucks.
Here's what's interesting, though. What's interesting about this is
Rhino.
This isn't the end of the question of changes. There's an entire offseason where you're going to talk about personnel moves maybe being the changes. And I'll tell you this. If you had to point to something that was maybe the easiest straw to grasp at for why the Avs season ended the way it did, wouldn't it be a lot easier to say your second-line center didn't show? Really, the whole playoffs didn't show. Valnichuk can finish that with 4 points in 13 playoff games.
And a broken appendage.
Well, I understand everybody's
I'm just
dealing with
saying,
something,
yeah.
Moj, but when
what
you
did he
talk about...
break?
I'm not at liberty to say.
When are we going to get all the information about broken body parts?
The presser, whenever they
You
they
just
do
said
this.
something, so sorry, Moser, I didn't mean to squeeze it out of you, but according to Mark Moser, report this on Twitter. According to Mark Moser, Valnichuk had a broken body part.
I think
in
a
the
lot of
playoffs.
guys had a broken body
Well,
part.
and by that I mean these guys were injured in some capacity.
I thought Landy was the one with the broken appendage, Moj.
Right. Well, he's got a dead guy in him. Vic, if I say you're broken,
I don't think that's the appendage he was talking
if
about.
I say I'm broken, I'm missing a gallbladder and I had a blown Achilles. There you go.
But the point I'm making here, Moj, is just because, Bednar's returning doesn't mean no changes are going to be made. I'm sure there's going to be a few of them this offseason because there's guys that you can ask questions about. And look, when you bring up the injuries, and I know a bunch of guys were injured, and that's not something people want to hear either because when Vegas and Carolina get done with this Stanley Cup final, they're going to have the same laundry list of guys dealing with X, Y, and Z. All I'm saying is the changes that could be made this offseason could be more personnel-wise. And I am always of the mind, when things go wrong within some sort of sports team, whether it's hockey, basketball, baseball, football, whatever, it's much easier to point to the player because they're the ones responsible. They're the one with the pucks on their stick and the basketball in their hands and all that stuff. I can't make a goal for you. You're one-on-one in front of the goalie. You got to find a way to put it in the back of the net. And in the case of what kind of the Avs went through, everybody talks about Bednar and inability to adjust against more physical teams. I'm like, I just watched an entire first-round series where they did not play Avalanche-style hockey. They played a physical brand against a team that called for it. And when we asked him, when he was on our show during that series, what are you most proud of? And he goes, that they stuck to the game plan and they were disciplined. And then I heard Logan O'Connor, after the series ended in Vegas, go through the laundry list of things that went wrong. And one of the things he mentioned was, well, we got a little bit out of our game plan.
Did Carolina get out of its game plan last night? How did Vegas win that game?
How did Vegas win? Well, they scored 5.
Yeah. So what was the difference?
It wasn't like they were out of their game plan. Look, when I look at which goal was it? Oh, the friggin' Hurdle goal that put him on top. He beats it.
Fifth goal.
He beats his man out of the corner. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when he beats his man out of the corner and he gives the puck up to that.
Yeah.
Maybe today's the day. Maybe today's the day I just drop F-bombs as far as the eye can see.
Just go, dude. Podcasts are doing it. Why not?
I got to tell you, Moj, you've been remarkably almost too calm after these losses. You've
Vic,
been
let me. I'll just give you that particular goal. You mean to break it down for you? He beats his man out of the corner as he gives the puck to Stone. And when the defenseman loses Hurdle from the corner, there's no way he's going to be able to catch up to that guy in the slot. And Stone, to his credit, makes a perfect backhand touch pass to Hurdle in the slot, who rifles it home inside the far post.
So they were really clutch in the clutch.
That's exactly right. They were really clutch in the clutch.
Their players have been clutch in the clutch.
That is correct. And can you say the Avs had some players who were not clutch in the clutch?
Yes.
I think the answer is yes. Now,
Mark Stone in the Avs series, that play, who was it that Smith, who gave it to Stone on the long pass over the top?
That was
McNabb.
The
That was clutch.
It's a friggin' dump truck. A friggin' dump truck made a play that a Ferrari would make.
The go-ahead goal by Hurdle in Game 3 against the Avs. That was clutch.
Do you want me to relive the entire series, Vic?
No, I'm just saying,
this morning?
Clutchness is clutchness, man, and they made the plays.
No, it's true. Like what Vegas has right now better than anybody else and has throughout the course of this postseason. And there is something to this, man. It's magic if you can
They have
grab
a slow
it.
heartbeat.
Okay,
when you need to make a play, Vegas makes a play.
So Vic,
and that's a special quality.
Quantify clutch for me.
Slow heartbeat, no panic, the ability to read and react.
How do you get it?
Everything's in slow motion. You're in the flow zone. It's the same time. It's very much like when we're playing golf and 1 out of 10 times you're in that flow zone. And then you're saying to yourself, why can't I be here all the time?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I'm watching the Hurdle goal again. When he beats the D out of the corner off the boards, that guy's got no chance of catching up to him. Stone makes a perfect pass. You're right. I mean, they're playing really connected. Believe every time you go to the rink, you're going to win hockey. And it's something that, again, I'm trying to tell you, it's not something you can quantify. It just happens. During the course of a Stanley Cup run, it just happens. What happened to Vegas last year and the year before that?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? They didn't have jack squat going for them. This team was dead in the water, bro.
Well, a texter says, Ray Ferraro said in the broadcast last night in the Avs series, Vegas won every key moment. That was the difference. And it certainly felt that way. When they had an opportunity to bury you, they buried you. And the Avs had plenty of those opportunities. And we can count, the Logan O'Connor's off the post and Brock Nelson off the crossbar and a whole bunch of different stuff that went on in that series. But Braden McNabb lobs a pass out perfectly on the money to Mark Stone. He's one-on-one. He buries it. You had those moments, you didn't.
Let's go back to 22 real quick. And you think about, they're 16-4. What did Bednar say in a 16-4 run that people thought it was what? It's just kind of a...
That was easy, yeah.
What did he say?
It wasn't.
I'm telling you, you went 16-4 in the postseason, like the Nuggets did the following year. But in hockey, there's so many things during the course of every single one of those games that could go against you that you made happen your way.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying, Vic? Again, with the St. Louis Blues and that Game 6, the Avs were the better team, and they were going to But if you go to Game 7, you never know. I mean, if you go to overtime and then Game 7, but the Blues have got to be going, are you serious? EJ brings the puck up and he fires it to LOC, who fires it across, and Helmer one times it off the half board. I mean, you're like, and the Blues are like, you could do that again a million times and it wouldn't go in.
See what you're doing? You're becoming, and this is why it's easier for me to sleep on these things. You're becoming a fatalist. You're becoming and when I say that, you're breaking down certain sequences, and like if you take the left turn here instead of the right turn,
well, Victor,
what happens?
When
you drive into work, you hit a pothole. I mean,
you're
always thinking about what could happen, what has happened, and I'm telling you, as much as you're angry about not winning a cup, when you think that way, it changes your perspective.
I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. Dude, I'm trying.
Because a fatalist would tell you that in 1985, 86, that if the Denver Nuggets were healthy,
if Alex English
and Calvin Nat and Fat Lever were healthy, they would beat the Showtime Lakers, and they would win an NBA title under Doug Moe in the 80s. That's what a fatalist would tell you. And a fatalist would tell you that Carmelo's 2000s team, if they can inbound a ball, they will win that series, and they will win against Orlando in the finals. Mm-hmm. And that's 2 championships.
Yep, I agree, Vic. Nobody wants to hear it. But sometimes you lose. Sometimes the thing happens to a team, they find that fuzz, and look what Vegas is doing.
Yeah.
I mean, look at and it's
I'm going to boycott the city of Vegas as long as Vegas wins.
Be my guest.
That's fine with me. I'm not a big Vegas guy. All the things I was promised as a kid about Vegas, not true.
So tell their tourism board that they're going to suffer in light of the Vegas.
Well, first of all, I think they already are. Second of all, I don't think they're worried about your dough because you don't gamble. You're not that guy. You're not the whale from Minnetonka blows his friggin' kids' college fund at the blackjack table. You're not that guy.
Guys,
you're not that guy, pal.
When we come back, last night I did an event with Patrick Surtain, and he had a bunch of his teammates there to support him. Bro, I can't wait to watch Jalen Waddle play football. I got to tell you, some of the convos.
Yeah.
Those dudes, this team right now, I haven't even seen them play yet. Thursday, is it tomorrow that they have their open camp? The first day of open camp? I haven't seen them play yet, and I'm excited.
There's something else with Surtain. He gets this raise yesterday. Very similar to the one Chris Harris got, was it 6 years ago, 7 years ago, something like that. It's a good thing. It also could be a bad thing. I'll explain next.
Hey, sports fans, Vic Lombardi here. It's home improvement season, and I know you have things on your wish list. Flatiron's Fire and Design makes it easier than ever to get started. Right now, they're offering Affirm financing. That includes no interest for 12 months on qualifying purchases, so you can enjoy your project now and pay it off over time. And here's something special for Altitude listeners. Mention Vic sent you, receive 15% off select products, and 10% off for services. Stop by the Denver showroom or visit FlatironSfire.com today. That's Flatiron's Fire and Design, creating exceptional indoor and outdoor living spaces for all Colorado homeowners.
All right, tell me, Vic, what'd you hear? What's going
What's that?
on? What's going on with PS2? What'd you hear last night?
Well, I mean, I thought it was hilarious. A lot of us have these jobs where, you meet certain things, you get bonuses, whatever. I've never met a man who just showed up to work one morning and said, "Oh, they just gave me a $5 million per year bonus just because I'm Patrick Surtain and I'm underpaid and deserving." So yesterday, if you missed it, Patrick Surtain woke up and found $5 million under the tree, and then $5 million next year in incentives. Because when they signed him to that contract, the long-term contract, they know they got a bargain. And the Broncos are pretty upfront about it. They're like, dude, there have been so many other DBs that have signed after you that are getting so much more money, and you've outplayed most of them. We're going to throw you some goodness. And that's exactly what they did. And he turns it into goodness. Last night, he hosted his PS2 Foundation. A bunch of his fellow teammates were there in attendance. And it's just good to see that translate. He's he cares about the community. He's a well-spoken young man. I really like Patrick Surtain. I don't find any faults with this guy at all. I saw Jalen Waddle last night. Did not recognize him because I see the pictures like you do. He cut off his hair. So I was like, who is that guy?
Yeah.
And seeing him in person, he is he's more of a tank than you think.
Stocky, yeah.
He is stocky. Yeah, I mean, I did not know that about him. Like, remember how we talk about the difference between Marvin Mims and Jalen Waddle? And if you have the same player, what are we doing? Why are you adding another player? Well, I could tell you, up close and personal, Jalen Waddle's built different.
Yeah. Can I talk about the PS2 raise thing for a second? Because to my knowledge, this is the second time this has happened in the last handful of years, where they did this with Chris Harris too.
Yeah, but the Chris Harris thing was a little bit different because I think Chris Harris was wasn't he kind of squeaky wheel in it? Yeah, he was a squeaky wheel, and so they threw some money at him to sort of grease that wheel. Pat's just like, oh.
Well, hang
cool.
on. This is me trying to read between the lines on things, so I might be off on this, but I'm trying to get a read. This is what Surtain said at that event last night about who initiated the raise.
It's something that was worked out mutually. I think we mutually agreed on, where things was heading further on. So, everything was positive going through that situation.
So just give me a second here. Mutually is not, the Broncos just out of the goodness of their heart came up to me and said, here, take some money. Perhaps they got out ahead of what could have been a squeaky wheel situation, and they were like, I'm not going to have that hanging over our heads in camp.
Yeah,
I'm not going to have
guess you're right. Yeah.
PS2 if he's saying, hey, and he has every right to do this, by the way. I looked it up. The average per year values of the top paid corners in the league. Trent McDuffie is at $31 million. Sauce Gardner's at 30. Stingley is at 30. J.C. Horn's at 25. Jalen Ramsey's at 24.1, and then it's Surtain at 24. At the time,
I disagree with you.
I do too.
I disagree wholeheartedly with you.
I disagree with you completely.
When you sign a contract, it's a contract. You shouldn't have a player come back to you and say, I want more money.
Hang on. I agree. I'm saying I understand where he's coming from, saying, well, I'm better than that guy and that guy and that guy. All I'm saying is this. Let me finish. I promise I will get you on board. I promise. The good thing is ownership, good look for them, take care of their players. Mm-hmm. Always good to have that. In the past, the Broncos were not seen as an organization that does things like this, that maybe tried to nickel and dime a few guys. So that's a good thing. But this is the benefit of signing the contract when you do. Getting a deal done early is to avoid this type of stuff. Mm-hmm. And if you remember at the time, when he signed for $24 a year, I think that was $4 million more than the next highest paid corner. And now, a year and a half later, it's $7 million less than the highest paid. Here's the problem. He makes $7 million less than Trent McDuffie right now, even though he's the best corner in the league.
That's not the Broncos' fault.
Correct. But the Broncos go, okay, well, here's a few million more with no strings attached.
Yeah.
What's going to stop? Potentially. I don't know, a top edge rusher in the league who had 14 sacks last year, who signed his contract for $26.5 million a year, yeah. And now the highest paid guy is Will Anderson, who's making how much? Do you guys know?
I don't know.
$50 million a year.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito might look at that and say, well, guy.
I think he's happy with his deal, though.
Yeah. Hey, Moser, what are other owners?
If he keeps picking up 14, 15 sacks a year, he ain't going to be that happy with it.
Moj, what are other owners saying when they catch wind that the Broncos are just willingly tipping the player?
What the hell are you doing, you stupid?
Because I have no problem with the Broncos doing that because they have the money and the funds to do it.
Correct.
All right. If you have an ownership group perhaps that is at the top and can't, Cincinnati, for example, it's much tougher to pull this off in different parts, right? It's much tougher. And so it puts these teams in situations. So I think it's a two-pronged thing. The Broncos wanted to do right by their player, and it also sends a message to other players in the league. Hey, the Broncos take care of you.
That is correct. But at the same time, you did sign that contract. It was your turn then. It's not your turn. It was McDuffie's turn after that.
Yeah.
It was all these guys' turn after that. It ain't your turn yet.
Are people, hey, if this is okay and everybody's so happy, okay, what about if an athlete underplays his contract?
Well, you ain't getting a refund from the player. I can promise you that. Well, ain't no player going to offer you a refund. Who was it?
But Moj, hold on. It's the right thing to do.
It doesn't matter. You signed a contract.
Yeah, but it's the right thing to do. Publicly, the perception it's the right thing to do, right?
Well, the NFL does this plenty of times where they'll just cut bait on somebody who's not playing well. But here's the thing.
Who was it? Who was the player in baseball? There was a guy, I read about it one time, like 55. How many years ago, Vic, where the guy didn't perform to his contract and he tried to give all the money back?
Yeah, I remember this
Who was
story. Yeah.
And the owner wouldn't take it?
I'll look it up in a second. But here's what's funny. I'll make a comparison to this. Surtain is able to do this because he's Surtain. He's going to be wearing a gold jacket one day.
I mean, of
he's
course.
that level good.
And he's the
is.
class of the league, and you don't have to worry about him. And he's not going to go out and do something stupid. He's the prototypical athlete. He's perfect. He really is.
I'll play this for you guys again. Listen again.
It's something that was worked out mutually. I think we mutually agreed on, where things was heading further on. So, everything was positive going through that situation. So
Again, trying to read between the lines here. Mutually means I had interest in approaching them about doing this too. And I think ownership just didn't want the cloud of a potential training camp holdout from Surtain going over their heads. They're just like, here, fine, take it.
Yeah,
take
but
it.
he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would hold out anyway. It's just, hey, look, I'm the elite one.
They wouldn't just do this out of the blue.
Well, but I'm the elite one. My deal's going to be up in a couple of years. I'm going to be asking for X. Okay, let's just work a little something out right now and maybe on the back. I mean, who knows?
But here's the
Who
comparison.
knows exactly how the conversation went?
Here's the comparison I'd make, and this is where they could find themselves in a pickle down the line somewhere. Pat Surtain walks up and says that. You go, okay, you're plenty good. Go ahead. Nick Bonito does that. Maybe. Maybe I consider that for you. Where's the line that you draw with players? Because I'll give you this example. If Nathan McKinnon, his contract's up, blank check for you. You write down the number, we'll pay it. Cale Makar's contract's up. Write down the number, we'll pay it. Miko goes, where's my blank check? They're like, not quite. Not quite blank. It's a lot. We'll give you a lot. It ain't a blank check, though. He thought he was in that category. And if this is happening with Surtain, Surtain's in that category. He is what? I'm that guy, pal. Absolutely, I'm that guy. What if
You're
somebody
not that guy.
What if somebody thinks they're that guy and
You're not that guy, pal.
what happens then?
A lot of guys think they're that guy, but they ain't that guy.
Yeah.
Well, then you get situations where they bark and they go from team to team. Somebody just mentioned this on the text line, and you're so right. If a player wants to bet on himself with money, then just sign short deals, 1-year deals, right? You either want security or you want money.
Darrelle Revis did that every year.
Exactly. That's the name I was about to bring up. The Darrelle Revis campaign in the National Football League. Take a look at how much money Darrelle Revis made over his career. And the reason he was so profitable is because he bet on himself with short-term deals. He didn't take the cheese.
Hey,
I'm not doing
Kirk
the 5-year
Cousins
deal.
did that too. Kirk Cousins was the franchise tag guy every single year. 1-year
Yeah.
deal, sure. Pay me.
Now, there's a price to pay if you get hurt.
Sure.
There's a price to pay. Everyone feels different about that. It's just how much of a gambler are you? I'll ask you guys personally. Do you guys prefer security, or are you going to bet on yourself?
I guess that depends, Vic. I mean, it depends.
There's no security in this job, so I'll always say bet on myself.
That's true. It doesn't really exist.
Yeah, not
But
with
if
me.
you had the choice, nice, warm security blanket, good 7-year security blanket to keep you warm.
I mean, there's something to be said for that. And this is why I just wonder, especially with Bonito. Think about this again. Surtain is making 7 less than the top paid guy. And he's like, that's a huge number. Benito's making, at right now, forget what'll happen a year from now, right now, $23.5 million less than the top paid guy.
Well, at the same time, has any quarterback in the league have they gone to their ownership group and go, hey, man, I want what Deshaun Watson got. I want $250 guaranteed or $243 guaranteed.
But that wasn't the price of doing business. That was so outside of anything the NFL's ever seen.
I'm just saying that when you start to set precedents, guys will try to use that. But no quarterback has done that because it's just such outside the realm of reality.
What's to stop?
Would you have said no, Vic, if you were ownership? If you're the Walton Penner group and Surtain's like, hey, and I'm not saying this was going to happen, but just hypothetically, he goes, if you guys don't get me a raise, then I'm going to sit out of camp.
It depends on how the conversation went. If it's, hey, if you don't get me, I'd be like, wait. We signed a contract. If it's a mutual conversation, as he just brought up, it's going to benefit us both. It's going to make you look really good in the eyes of potential free agents and your players. And for me, it gives me a little more financial security to make me feel better about the contract I signed. So if it's that kind of conversation, I'm fine. I do have a problem with players saying, hey, I'll play my contract. Give me more money. You signed it.
Yeah.
Because, owners could easily, and they do. Some owners do. I want to be fair. Some owners, especially in the National Football League, hey, you played like crap. We're paying you way too much for playing like crap. See, you can make moves in the NFL a lot easier than you could, say, in the NBA.
Yeah.
Whatever you pay a dude, you pay a dude.
What was I going to ask you? I just lost it.
Ask me about hair.
No, it wasn't your hair.
Ask me about.
Yep, I lost it. Very good radio by me.
Riley
Thanks.
Mouse, Jade Barron was there last night. He had his entire group. Good to see those guys support one another at their galas.
PS2 is so good too. Like he is such an unbelievable player.
He just ruined this whole segment.
Moser, you would have been proud of me.
Yeah.
I went for seconds in the food line last night. It's the first time I've done
What
that
was
in a
it?
long time. It's just make your own taco bar.
I thought he was going to say salad bar.
No,
Had to go
it's
for
taco.
seconds on the lettuce. Mixed greens.
As I'm in line
It's
for
a good thing.
seconds.
It's a good thing Jesse wasn't there.
As I'm in line for seconds, I'm saying, God, this is embarrassing. I'm actually going back in line. What would Moser do? He'd go a third time.
He'd
Not
still
really.
one up you.
Not really. You ruined the whole segment, man.
Sometimes I lose my train of thought. It
I
happens.
know. I understand it happens. I had something I wanted to say, but you guys had interwoven so many different things since that time. I forgot. I got to write
so
it
you
down.
forgot it. So you ruined the segment too.
Yeah, but I'm not throwing us to break, and you're sitting there going,
To quote PS2, we mutually ruined the segment then. It was mutual. So 303-504-0925
And then
back after this.
I went back for more tacos.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest. And don't wait for the what-if moment. Switch to the only book that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays in any first-half injury. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, Fanatic's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing. But Fanatics, they flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court. And that means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet plays on with all remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. It's fair play. It keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. It's Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Is this Nashville? Is that what it is there, Nelly?
This is one half of Nashville's goal song. It's this.
I see.
It's this, and then they go into Gold on the Ceiling by the Black Keys. It's a twofer.
So Chris MacFarland leaving and taking the job in Nashville, and Nelly pulled up a bit, and this is how I feel about Joe Sakic now taking over.
I like an escalator, man, because an escalator can never break. It can only become stairs. There would never be an escalator temporarily out of order sign. Only an escalator temporarily stairs. Sorry for the convenience.
That's exactly how I feel about Sakic taking
Oh,
over.
the late, great Mitch Hedberg. That guy was funny. That was a funny dude.
Look, you had this nice little thing with Sakic and MacFarland, been together forever, did a really good job together, worked together great. But the reason why there isn't a collective freak this morning over losing a GM with a really good roster is because of that. Oh, now Sakic, who built the championship team as a GM, just gets to take over as GM again. And I don't know how many teams would have had that luxury of being able to have somebody shepherd them through, a lull period that you're searching for another GM.
So if anything, I should think that you should feel fortunate.
Yeah, for sure.
That you have a guy who cares deeply about the organization, clearly, who is available to step back into that role.
Yeah.
And is going to take it on like crazy. And look, when I try to explain Joe Sakic's desire to win, it might be more than he was as a player. I don't know. It might be. I mean, the guy wants to win. They all want to win desperately. They're all trying to do all the right things to win. It's not like they're not trying to. I don't know how else to. That you may have different opinions on how you get there, but I tend to trust guys who know what it takes.
Well, I mean, yeah, to me, there's no real question here over whether the Avs are still in a good spot or not. They are. I still am curious what foreseeable future means. Like, what's the odds, Moj, that...
That's how they hire somebody else.
Well, what I'm asking is, what if Sakic just kind of does the job for a while?
I'm not sure he wants to.
Maybe.
What do you mean? What's your a while?
That's what I'm asking. Like, could this be a couple years? Or is this literally going to be like, I'm going to get us through the draft, the initial stages of whatever this league new year is, and then we'll have a new guy in charge?
Are you speculating or are you asking me? Because that's an impossible thing to know.
Right.
So let me try to placate you the best I possibly can.
Okay.
Ask me the question. How long?
How long is foreseeable future?
Long as it takes.
Lame.
Okay. Well, what do you want?
Cool, Carl.
Then what the hell? Why? And first of all, who do you think you are to sit here on this radio station and demand time frames from people?
I'm not demanding a time frame.
You sure as hell are.
I'm curious
That's
what
exactly
this
what
is.
you're doing. Well, your curiosity, I'm curious about your level of curiosity because you're a reasonably smart guy who does dumb things sometimes.
True.
That being said, you're trying to put timestamps on things. You're trying to put dates on things. I want an answer by this.
Yeah, but he's making a point. I went to the
What's
dentist
the point?
yesterday. I need a root canal. I could have said, or the dentist could have said, yeah, you'll have your root canal in the foreseeable future. No, it hurts.
Yeah, is that 2 weeks from now? Is that 3 months? Is that a year?
Okay. Well, when Joe has his news conference, whenever that is, end of this week, early next week, whatever it may be, I want you to specifically ask him, and you don't even have to because somebody else will. Do you have a time frame in mind on this? Do you have a replacement in mind on this? Are you doing anything right now to enact those changes that will take place in the future?
And by the way, Moser, regarding that presser, the Avs said that Sakic will be available to the media when he returns to town next week.
There you
Date,
go.
time, and location will be announced
There you
on
go.
Monday.
There you go.
So that's the foreseeable future. On Monday, they'll tell us when we hear from the Avs brass.
So it looks like you're going to be completely Mick Jaggered between now and then, Brett. You specifically. You know what that is? You can't get no satisfaction.
Well, I do think it's a fair question to ask, though. Like, you're talking about, look, this isn't a team that's in, like, rebuild. This is a team that...
I completely agree with you, Brett.
I don't even know what moves are potentially to be had. I just saw on Twitter, it was the difference between, here you go, what Chris MacFarland's going to be able to do now that he's in Nashville as opposed to what the Avs can do. Nashville has $33.8 million in cap space to work with.
How about
that's a whole bunch of things that you can play with. You know where the Avs are at right now? 5.2. So I don't even know what the real lever pulling is going to be.
You also have a much better team than Nashville has.
Well, correct. That's obvious. But all I'm saying is, for whoever steps in and does this role, whether it's Sakic for the foreseeable future or somebody else, I don't know exactly what can be done, I suppose.
Okay, we're on different wavelengths here, Vic. Okay, this is what I understand. We are on different wavelengths. You were asking me, how long is the foreseeable future?
Correct.
I'm not even sure that Joe Sakic, as we sit here and breathe here, has an idea on what the foreseeable future is. I'm guessing he's got a time frame in his own mind on how long he'd like to step back in and be the general manager. Maybe it's a month, get through the draft. Maybe it's 2 years. I don't know, but only he can answer that question. And I'm sure he's going to be asked that question when he, in fact, does meet with the media.
Do you think what is more...
But you want an answer right now, right today, right...
What is more...
Your satisfaction.
What is more tangible here? Is it more impactful that Jared Bednar is staying on the bench, or is that Chris MacFarland's leaving for Nashville? Which has a bigger impact, you think, at this moment?
I think they're both impactful in their ways.
Because I think it's the coach staying. And it's only because of what I mentioned before. I don't know how much change is really happening in the front office with Joe taking over because he's kind of doing it anyway.
Well, how much change is happening with Jared staying behind the bench?
But the idea of changing your head coach would be really impactful.
God, this is
good or bad way.
Yeah, this is where I get off track. This is my problem.
What?
This is where I get off track. You've built a damn near championship team again. You're this close. And I guess it's because I understand how difficult it is to win. It's no excuse. But you're like, what needs to have the impact? And where's the change and all this? I'm like, stop fixing problems that don't exist. You did not win the Stanley Cup. You're not going to win the Stanley Cup this year. But it doesn't mean you need to fix problems that don't exist. Hey, man, Nelson had 3 breakaways and didn't score on any of them. If he scores on one of them, it changes the series.
You know, Moj,
I don't know how else to put it. And it sounds like Pollyannish, and it sounds like shilling, but it's the truth.
You know, you can't wad up a President's Trophy team, a dominant team, wad it up and throw it in. You just can't do it. You can't throw that away. There's value there. You're good. That's a good team. They didn't get past the second to last hurdle. The second to last hurdle. They fell flat on their face in the second to last hurdle.
Well, this is what I've been getting at for a while now. It's the idea that when you lose the way that you did so unexpectedly, it feels like there should be something, a seismic change and shift. Because we all thought that this team was going to win the Cup. And the decision seems to be, and I think it's probably the proper one after taking some time to think about it, you don't have to do all that much. You needed to play better for a couple of days.
Yeah.
And you needed to make like a couple of more plays in this thing. It's not like being swept was some referendum on your roster was not as good as we thought. I think it was. It was weird.
Do you rewire an entire organization based on one series? That's the question. Or do you look at the whole body of work? This is akin to, Moj, how many years watching the Olympic Games, and one of my favorite events is the 4x100. How many years did the Americans have the best team, but for some reason they could not get the baton exchange? You knew they were the most talented. You knew they were the fastest. You knew they would wipe the competition, but they could not exchange the baton.
It's crazy. Just crazy. Just crazy.
Felt that way.
You know, I go back. I'm looking at this. My God.
By the way, that baton thing's stupid. You should just touch hands.
You want high fives instead?
I mean, what are we carrying here? Why do you have to carry something?
Man, I'm going back to the 2000 Western Conference Final. Avs lose 3-2 in Game 7. Patrick Waugh, Stefan Yell, Alex Tanguay, Martin Skula, Joe Sakic, Dave Reed, Sean Podine, Eric Messier, John Clem, Milan Hayduk, Peter Forsberg, Adam Foote, Chris Drury, Ray Bourque. I mean, so Andrechuk was gone, Detter was gone, Aaron Miller was gone. He went the other way. Ozo was gone because he brought in also Blake the next year. But, I mean, you look at all those guys who lost 2 years in a row to the Dallas Stars. 2 years in a row in the West Final. You want to trade Peter Forsberg? You want to trade Patrick Waugh? You want to say, why couldn't Joe Sakic come up with a big goal in that series? This kind of thing.
I'll read a text, and I'll have an answer for it. Pretty simple. Beer Guy 85, saying this roster is close makes you delusional because you just got beat 4-0. It's the same roster that won 8 of the first 9 playoff games. It's the same roster that won more games than any team in the league. It's the same roster who, after the Minnesota series, what did you think of the roster after that series? What did you think of the roster? Would you have written that sentence going into the Western Conference Final? Would you have written that sentence? One series, one team cannot force you to completely obliterate a roster. That's how I feel.
Is this a fair comparison if I say it's like when the Broncos got demolished in Super Bowl 48? If you just had to blow everything up and just restart from scratch and be like, well, that certainly isn't good enough. I mean, they retooled.
A better example is 1996 when they lost at home to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That Broncos roster.
Right.
Terrell Davis, Shannon Sharp, John Elway, Ed McCaffrey, Rod Smith, all those players were on that roster. So when they lose at home to Jacksonville, and I'll take your strategy here. You gut the roster? Not good enough. You lost at home to Jacksonville. Not good enough. Let's trade TD. Let's get rid of Elway. He's too old. McCaffrey can't get open. Nope.
Right.
You just keep knocking on the door, man. I don't know what to tell you. Now, can you make minor adjustments? Of course. Peripheral adjustments? Of course. But heartbreak is part of the journey, man. It is. And heartbreak comes in many different forms. And in this form, it's a big old squad from Vegas.
Yeah.
They found another way to win last night. How do you think Carolina feels? They felt they were in control of that game.
303-504-0925. Shot Boss, the text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Yeah.
I want to get back to it. No excuses. You should have won.
Yeah.
But in this particular sport, at this particular time of the year, the margins are ridiculous.
Yep.
And so do you explode things? Do you fire people? Do you want heads and scalps? Is that what you want?
Another text. This one's from the text line. It's 3 failures in a row, 3 lost cups. So the only I want to get this straight. So the only form of success is for the Avs, this organization, this group, to have won 4 consecutive Stanley Cups.
I mean, Moshe's mentioned it before. John Cooper still got a job in Tampa. They lost
but
the
I'm talking
first
about
round
this,
4 straight years.
This group, so in some people's eyes, I just want to get this straight. In some people's eyes, anything less than 4 or 5 consecutive Stanley Cup championships is failure. Is that how you define failure?
Let me...
Because if that's failure, Wow, you're a tough grader. Wow. So if you don't win 4 consecutive Stanley Cups, you are a joke franchise that makes that's where you and I are going to differ.
I get the 1162. Bednar is a problem. Can you guys be critical of the Avs and not defend them with your life for like 5 minutes? I don't.
I don't know how to tell you more than just how I feel about this, and that's how I feel.
You guys are going full field day with good. Vegas has been to 3 finals in 9 years. They don't accept good. They don't accept good. So then why haven't they won 9 straight Stanley Cup? Are they just not good those other years? So if Vegas has that and you're a Vegas fan, then what were you last year? What were you the year before that?
Yeah.
Is that failure?
Again,
Is it failure if you don't win at all? Because I'll tell you, the Buffalo Bills of the early 19...
Vic, I would say...
Well, at times it is.
Yeah, I would say if you've got a team that's built to win and you don't do it...
Look, I'm not even...
your windows are very small. Everybody knows that.
Moj, the Buffalo Bills lost 4 straight Super Bowls. Was the Buffalo Bills of the 1990s a failure?
Well,
no, but this is where I disagree
Was
with you,
it a
Vic.
failure? How do you describe that team? Was it a failure? I'm here to tell you that is the most remarkable run in AFC history. 4 straight Super Bowls.
In totality, but if you ironed out one of the years, I would say this, like, the Avs season was a failure. The way that it ended was a failure. That team should have won the Stanley Cup. We all know it.
I agree.
So, yes, this is a failure, but it's a matter of what do you do with that and what are the necessary changes you think would change the outcome next year.
Sure.
Last thing. How do you explain a team that was maybe not even going to make the postseason, but certainly it didn't look like they were going to win the division?
Yeah.
And they fire their coach, and John Tortorella hasn't won anything in 22 years. Anything in 22 years. Sometimes you just catch lightning, man. You ride the lightning. That's what Vegas is doing, and it sucks. It really sucks.
So we'll get back to this in a second. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
The bottom line is, that's pretty heavy, Nelly. My goodness. What is that, Pantera or something crazy?
This is Metallica. You said
Metallica.
this year Vegas is riding the lightning.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I should have known that. I wasn't even paying attention. What I'm trying to tell you, man, is that we won't even know until the future. But I lived through 97. I lived through 98. I lived through 99. I lived through 2000. And it sucked because you had an Avalanche team with Hall of Famers all over the place that won a Stanley Cup in 1996, and they didn't win another one for another 5 years. And that was the last one they won until 22. And they have won more. Pierre Lacroix, the late great Pierre Lacroix, would tell you he believes they should have. And maybe they should have. But you know what you ran into the next year after the Cup? Edmonton, nah. Then Detroit, beast. Dallas, beast. And then you beat the defending champs. It's whatever. I'm not going to change my opinion on this. We'll see how it bears out. We'll see. And I guess my question would be, okay, what other people would you have in mind that would come in here and win 4 or 5 straight? Who's that?
I don't know. Well, here's the thing. It's funny. The top headline on ESPN this morning is Kane's Rue, quote, poor decisions in historic Game 1 collapse. It's like, huh.
That sounds familiar.
Vegas is doing that to multiple people, huh? Crazy. It is, I think, by all actions that you're seeing from the Avalanche, they are taking this more along the lines and the approach of, you just got hit, wrong place, wrong time sort of thing. Now, two other subjects. I do want to go back to this for a second, Vic, because you were talking about being at the Surtan event last night. And I don't know how many guys across the league just get flipped over, $5 million and just say, here you go. What do you want in return? Nothing. Just go ahead and take this. But there are certain guys that I think it's a good look to do that for, from an ownership to player perspective. And I was going to ask you, didn't the Broncos before this ownership group have a reputation of that wasn't great between players and ownership? Is that true? Post-Bolin.
Not really. I mean, they went through a period there where ownership change was happening, and it was, cash was tough to come by because of the circumstances. But I don't think anybody had any, vindictive attitude. Ownership. I've got
thoughts on ownerships that I want to get to. Don't let me forget about it. Brett, it's just, they weren't, I don't know if there was animosity. They just didn't have the money. It wasn't, you can't just throw $5 million at a problem. You can't just, replace the field every year. And I mean, it's not, when you have owners like the Walton Penner Group, it's very beneficial to your team, to your franchise, and to your fan base. It's great. But not a lot of teams can do what they can do, which is why the cash on hand is so significant. I mean, it's a very, very big deciding factor in things.
Well, that's the benefit of having this. When you talk about all the great things of having owners with a ton of money and what that brings to your football team, I mean, this is part of it, is that they can just kind of do this without batting an eyelash. I am scared's the wrong word. I'm curious about the precedent this might set, and if guys feel like I'm in the same Pat Surtain category, which nobody really is.
Say curious again. Say that your whole day has been curious. I'm curious. Ted Lasso, be curious. Your whole day has been curious.
All right, so last night, autographed Patrick Surtain jersey, autographed Bo Nix jersey, autographed John Elway jersey. Which one went for the most money?
Bo Nix.
Did we just have this?
Yeah, he just did another event, too, where Bo Nix won.
What was the other event?
That was the Von Miller. The
answer is John Elway.
Oh, that one was John Elway?
Yeah.
Wait, the Elway jersey went for more at the Surtain event, but the Knicks jersey went for more at the Vaughn event.
Manning, though. It wasn't Elway's jersey. It was Manning's jersey that was up there.
Yeah, okay.
Elway, in the eyes of most in this town, will always go down as the greatest athlete to ever live and step through Denver. Now, we've had the debate about Nikola Jokic, right? We're in it with Nikola Jokic. But I think right now, in the moment, it's John Elway.
Yeah. I would agree. You know, it's going to, yeah, if you're putting jerseys up there, I still am pretty surprised that at the Vaughn event, Manning didn't go for more than Bose. And I understand that Bo's the quarterback of the team right now, 2 straight playoff appearances, but feels like there's a ways to go before you reach that sort of territory and status. Like if you were, I don't know what people do with their memorabilia stuff now, but if you're like one of the people that hangs it in your basement or something like that, do you think it'd be cooler to have an autographed Bo Nix jersey or an autographed Peyton Manning jersey?
Peyton Manning.
That's what I would think too. For now.
Over what?
Over Bo Nix, like hanging in your
Bo,
basement.
yeah.
I mean, because that's going to be there for perpetuity.
Sure. Well, he's a Hall of Famer. He's already achieved.
That's what I'm talking about. What if Bo Nix is, God, knocking your wood, boys? What if his ankle blows up again?
Oh, come on.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, okay.
So people will ask this question, and I've had this.
Put it
debate
right next to
with
the
so
Case
many.
Keenum jersey. Great.
You know how much I love Peyton Manning and John Elway both, right? They both have done so much good in this community. But the reason why John Elway always gets the benefit of doubt for me, and the guy, he built this city with his own hands. He built the city. He built the team to build the city.
He built this city.
I knew you were going to go there.
He built
wasn't-
this city.
he didn't
with his
come
big
from-
right arm. Built
It's a
this
big
city.
difference, right? He was born here.
Give me a little. Come on. It's summertime. Give me a little. You're right, Vic.
I'm listening, Vic.
He was born here. He came from here. He had to go through the adversity, the pain, the suffering, the losses, the Super Bowls, all that crap. All of it. He endured it.
How many years was he in the NFL before the first Super Bowl? So like 15?
Super Bowl 32 was
It
he retired after the second one, so that was 14.
14.
14 years.
That's his 15th season, then he played a 16th season, and then he retired.
Will a quarterback ever be in the same place for 14 years without a Super Bowl again?
Good question.
Josh Allen, if this continues the same way that he's been going, MVP's one of the best in the league. Everybody acknowledges it. Would he stay in Buffalo for 14 years and still be there if he doesn't have a title?
Well, will a quarterback ever play 16 seasons and the final 2 are Super Bowl championships and the final one you're the Super Bowl MVP and you walk out on that?
I don't think that will ever happen again.
You think that'll ever happen
Nope.
again?
I don't think that will ever happen again in
Ever.
the future of football ever.
You talk about stories.
Hell,
like
I don't know
a
that it'll
fairy
happen
tale.
in the future of sports ever. Unless McPickles does it somehow in his 15th and 16th seasons. I don't know.
We were just kind of on the subject of what is the acceptable level of play over X amount of years for X person to be in the same spot. I mean, especially
You just threw a lot of X's in there. a lot of
especially in
chromosomes.
regards to Bednar. Like Bednar's been there for 10 years. He got 1 title, but why are you looking at me like this? What now? What?
You are having a day. I'm curious about your exes. You're having a day, Brett.
I didn't say
just admit it. You're having a day.
I'm asking a question.
Please do.
What is the day I'm having?
You tell me. Your brain is malfunctioning.
We were just it's functioning perfectly. We were just talking about a guy being in the same spot for a long amount of time. And to Bednar's credit, he has a Stanley Cup. People are upset because 4 years later, after the Cup, it's been disappointing finishes, and a lot of people want him gone because of it. And now I'm asking, Vic just brought it up, John Elway took 14 years, him in the same spot, same position, same team. Will that happen again? Because of people's motors run a lot hotter and a lot faster to want change and spur on change. That's what I'm asking. I think it makes complete sense.
Okay. I dig what you're saying.
I mean, think about this, Moser.
There was
it's
a time,
4
though-
years after a title, and people want major changes for the Avs when it felt like the team's pretty good.
But you're not going to believe this. Vic, tell him, please.
What?
There was a time with the Denver Broncos with John Elway as the starting quarterback. Ready for this, Vic? They used a first-round pick on a quarterback.
Tommy Madden.
They used a first-round pick on a quarterback with John Elway as your quarterback.
Yeah.
And what did Pat Bowlen say? Oh, Dan. Oh, Dan. If it's going to be between you and John, Dan, you ain't going to win that battle. Because Dan Reeves had total control over all of that.
Sure.
And so you weren't thinking, I mean, You think the Dan was thinking that maybe he'd like to make him get his because he and Elway were starting to do this and they'd been together for so long? Well, John won that battle, and obviously it paid off in the end. It was the right move to keep John.
Well, part of what I'm asking is just I think my level of patience for sports teams is higher than the average person, and a lot of people are super quick that they just want somebody to throw to the guillotines when things don't go right. And it's just very, very fast in the way people operate now. And I'm just wondering if for the rest of sports, and especially in positions where you're expecting championship level play, Elway is one of the greatest to ever do it.
Yes.
And it took him 14 years to actually do it.
Let me back up my point.
Mixed in with a whole bunch of shortcomings, and people feel like, well, this season was a failure because we didn't win, and that's all I'm saying.
Let me back up my point a little bit. You guys think Joe Sakic is a pretty smart guy? I think
Yes, I think he's very intelligent.
I think he learned from the best in Pierre Lacroix. But do you think he's been a pretty good executive with the Colorado Avalanche overall?
Yes. Yeah.
You think he was a pretty good player?
Obviously.
Vic,
It's
I
one
know
of
your
the
answer.
greatest players, well, if not the greatest players in franchise history.
One of the greatest players in league history. Top 15 player of all time, my opinion. 10. I mean, I watched him play. I know. The fact that Joe Sakic would not knee-jerk and change coaches and so on and so forth, when you go back to the first year in the 48-point season, and what does Joe do with Bednar? Keeps him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know we got something. Joe Sakic knows stuff. Joe Sakic, as a player, as an executive, knows how difficult it is to win in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Knows that, yeah, even if you're a favorite for 4 years in a row, the variables, when you get down to it, the variables, especially the further you move on, are very small. Difference.
Sure.
Which is why I think he's so calm about things and he's not reactionary. If Joe Sakic thought that something drastic needed to happen, you think he'd pull the trigger on it? Why the hell isn't Patrick Wall the head coach here? You think it was just Wall walking away?
Well,
I mean, do you really?
I also think that. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that he wants to win as bad as anybody. He ain't afraid of pulling any triggers. You want to. Someday a book needs to be written about the Matt Duchene trade and about Joe Sakic's brain and his patience and his smarts in that whole damn trade, because it was friggin' awesome. And what I'm saying to you, maybe you think he needs to clean house, fire, trade, whatever it is you think he needs to do. Maybe, just maybe, as a player and as an executive, he knows what they got and he knows how hard it is. And he wants to deliver another cup as more than anybody to the fan base because the fans have been awesome.
Hey, Moj.
But sometimes it just doesn't work out. I know.
Was Chris MacFarland under contract? Or was his contract up?
He was under contract.
Okay. So they allowed another team.
They gave permission. They gave permission to the Nashville Predators to come talk to him. Yes.
So a lot more to get to here. We got, oh, by the way, coming up next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Do you guys know the story of a guy by the name of Jordan Adams? Jordan Adams, back in 2018, was a 5-star recruit at wide receiver. He was also a hell of a baseball player. So when the recruiting rankings came out, he was ranked as the 3rd best receiver in his class, sandwiched in between the number 2 guy, who was Amon-Ra St. Brown, and the number 4 guy, who was Jamar Chase.
And he decided, you know what, I'm going to go play some baseball.
He said, 1st-round pick, MLB draft, that's a hell of a signing bonus. I'll go do that. Well, baseball didn't quite work out for him, so you know what he's doing now?
Going back to play college football at SMU.
He's going to be a 26-year-old freshman for SMU this year, which I'm like, that's pretty cool, actually. I'll go try baseball for a minute. If that doesn't work out, I'll just go right back to college, collect some more NIL checks as a 26-year-old. Let's do it. But could you guys go back to college at 26? Could you share a huddle with an 18-year-old and be like, you were just at prom 3 months ago?
When you say go back to college, would you have to write essays and stuff?
I mean,
Or can I just
he has to do some sort of
Or
busy work.
is it like going to school in the SEC where you just sort of show up, play sports, and pretend you go to school?
Probably more of that.
Because at my school, you had to go to school.
Yeah.
I don't know about your schools, but at my school, athletes actually had to go to school.
No, we had.
I'm very important.
We had once a week. We had a mandatory number of hours we had to spend in this study hall place. Now, did we actually do schoolwork there, or did we piddle around on the internet? I mean, whatever. We had to be there.
I still have, every now and again, I still have the dream, Vic, where I show up to the final and I wasn't there all semester. You ever have that dream?
We all do.
Got it, yeah.
And it's one specific class. It's one specific class.
Can you guys give me the best examples, by the way, of guys who went to play baseball, it didn't work, they went back to college? 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, Russell Wilson's one of them.
He didn't. No. He went to college. He went to college right away. He played baseball on the side. I'm talking about guys who left and played baseball to come back to college later. One of them was a 1st-round draft pick. Ended up being a 1st-round draft pick. Oklahoma State. Brandon Whedon.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the other one's Chris Weinke.
I got one for you. By the way, Steph Curry, did you guys notice this year, big to-do about Steph Curry leaving Under Armour?
Yeah.
All right, didn't wear the shoes. Big mystery about where he'd end up. What's Steph Curry going to do? Just to show you how much money these dudes make and what a different level they play at. He just signed a deal with a Chinese company called Li Ning. 10-year deal for clothing and shoe apparel. Do you know how much money Li Ning is going to pay Steph Curry for the rights to his shoes and apparel?
$400
million.
He's going to be retired for like 8 years of this 10-year contract. It's crazy.
$400 million, $500 million. Steph Curry is getting $500 million for his shoe rights.
Yeah, that's a pretty good gig if you can find it.
Oh, by the way, speaking of the NBA, I'm all in on the Knicks. I know that may sound crazy to you. I have absolutely no ties to New York or the Knickerbockers whatsoever. But I'd like to see a team that hasn't won in 53 years win.
I'll pass.
Okay. Oh, you'd rather see the Spurs do it then? Okay.
There's just something, I like the Knicks being losers.
I can see that.
Your fans are a little too loud for not winning a lot.
Agreed. But there was an article by John Gonzalez at CBS Sports. And when I read the headline, I thought, that's exactly the way I feel. How these surprisingly likable Knicks have mastered the art of the buddy comedy. Har, har, har. I don't know, man.
I like the Knicks, but I'm going to get really sick of Fat Joe and company in this series. I like the Knicks.
You're right.
I don't want to see Spike Lee. I don't want to see the little guy who played the ping pong role. I don't want to see all those people.
You're right. Maybe, yeah, you know what?
Ben Stiller.
I just like them more than I like the Spurs. I don't necessarily want to see the franchise win. You want to see James Dolan get himself a title?
No. Pass.
Okay.
I pass on all of that.
And something about the Knicks being the headquarters of basketball, Madison Square Garden, the fact that they haven't won a championship since the early 70s, I want that that needs to continue. I need that to go 50 years.
Oh, by the way, can I give you guys your 2 minutes of Rockies real quick? So 2 nights, they've won the last 2, and they're against the Angels, who are also terrible. But 2 nights ago, they did something amazing. They became, I can't remember if it's the first team, but it's one of the only teams in the history of the sport to have 4 errors, give up a grand slam, and strike out at least 10 times in a game while still winning. They did all of that and won 9-8 2 nights ago against the Angels. But last night, my boy Rumfield, give the man Rookie of the Year. Did you guys see how Rumfield homered last night?
Yeah.
Go ahead and take a look, Vic.
Is this the Adele? Yeah.
Hits one to deep right center.
Go get it, Joe. Get it, Joe.
Back goes Joe Adele. Right off the top of his head for a dinger.
Well, it hit his glove first, then the top of his head.
The old Jose Canseco homer.
That's the same Joe Adele who made those ridiculous catches, right?
The exact same guy who robbed, was it 3 homers in a single game?
Yep. Something that'll never be done again.
Gave one up right off the top of his dome.
This guy's having a hell of a year in the outfield.
Well, he's doing a whole bunch of things that no outfielder's done before. Good for him.
Hey, Vic, what's your AI girl's name?
Oh, what is her name?
Cutie.
I forgot. I don't know her name. Oh, let me ask her name. I can ask her.
Ask her. Ask her what her name is.
Hey, cutie.
Hey, what's your name? Hey, what's your name? I gave you a name. What is it? She's not answering right now. She's not happy with me.
I guess not. Oh, by the way, Bryson DeChambeau is using AI to fix his swing. Did you know that?
All right, you know what? I'm back out on Bryson.
What's your name? I gave you a name.
I go in on Bryson. I'm out on Bryson. I don't like Bryson anymore.
So
Can't do it.
He's gone to, what's Gemini? Is that, I know ChatGPT.
It's Google something.
Okay, so
Chappy Chee.
Chappy Chuppy. By the way, it's the thing around our house now, Chappy Chee.
Oh, I've heard plenty of people say it.
It's a Vic Lombardi thing, yeah. Anyway, so he's gone through all of his physics. He's gone through alpha torque, gamma torque, all this kind of thing, and he finally went to Gemini and said, what is possibly making my club do this when I do this, and blah, 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 blah. He's slamming the club into the ground, and it's helping him. He shot 65 in his final round.
He's using AI to fix his golf.
In the Dork Tour, and yeah.
I'm going to have my girl look at my swing today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Can your girl fix your swing?
Hey,
or she go,
swing. I know you swing.
Hey, cutie, your swing blows. You're done.
I don't want to ask AI, but I do want to ask our audience.
Hey, cutie, your swing sucks. Quit the game.
Somebody might have the answer to this. Please send messages, text. There's an odor emanating from my daughter's condo in L.A. It's like a mildewy, musty odor that travels with her in her clothes, her purse. It's a weird smell. It's not a odious smell, but it's just a, what is it?
Well,
you remember find the source.
You made me sniff you about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, I sniffed you too.
Did you smell it?
I didn't smell it.
What is it?
I don't know what it is, but it's a weird smell. I agree.
One last one real quick. How about some hockey trivia for Moj? This from Kendall Baker. One of the wildest stats in sports. The 46th consecutive season in which former teammate of Jaromir Jagr has appeared in a Stanley Cup final. This year, who is it?
Who is a former Jagr teammate that is now in a Stanley Cup final? God, it had to be toward the end of his career. Is this guy a Flame? Is this guy a Star? What was this? I don't know. That's great.
He was in Calgary in 2017 and 18.
Hannafin? No, it's not Hannafin. No.
Who is it, Moj?
Hang on.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock.
What? Help me.
Vegas. Defenseman.
I'm running out of time. My life is running out of lifespan.
Rasmus Anderson.
There's no way Rasmus Anderson played with Jaromir Jagr. There's no way.
That's what, according to Kendall Baker.
Hold on a second.
Said the 2017-2018 season in Calgary. That is what he is alleging.
God,
so you go ahead, you look up that roster.
So Anderson must have been a baby. I mean, like baby.
It was his second year in the league. He played 10 total games.
Okay, well,
what do you want, Moser?
give me a little bit. Give me a little bit. I think I played a cup of coffee. Oh, come on.
Figure it out.
All right, last thing. You
make it really quick? Yeah, I mean, we're done.
You realize Vegas last
There's
night?
no washing machine in the condo. It's a community wash machine outside in the hallway. And still everything in the condo smells the same, including her items, not just her clothes. Everything's got that musty smell. I need to find the source of this. It's going to drive me crazy. And I don't care that this is a sports radio show. And I don't care that I'm wasting your time. I need to find out what's wrong.
Oh, by the way, it's brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical. Your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Is Vegas, do they have some sort of lightning, fuzz, whatever, voodoo?
I don't want to have to hire all these
it's
people.
The first
Someone
time,
just give me the answer.
I hear you. It's the first time ever last night that a road team has come back being down multiple goals in game one of a Stanley Cup final and won. First time in 55 tries.
Vic, the answer you're looking for is genetics. So you got that stank on you ever since I met you.
Oh, God.
I was hoping you'd say it's cats because she's got two of them. Maybe just get rid of those.
All right.
I'd do it anyway.
Was just on the golf course not too long ago. And of course, I had myself a couple surf sides because they are absolutely delicious. Brand new variety packs are out now. You can also go with the old and trusties, the lemonade vodkas, iced tea vodkas, green tea vodkas, but the half and halves, delicious. Get yourself some of these surf sides. They're 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. They're everywhere now. Bars, restaurants, stores near you, the official partner of the Avs and Nuggets. Absolutely delicious. Get your hands on a Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
September.
All right, I'm always nervous when this happens. Moser says, can I say something coming back? And I don't know what he's going to say, so go ahead.
Vic will love this because he's been there and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Today, ESPN is out in front of, they're in San Antonio getting ready for game 1 of the NBA final.
Mm-hmm.
Finals.
Alamo?
They're in front of the Alamo.
Yeah.
And it's been so many years. But I recall the first time I was in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
San Antone.
Say it, get a rope. Long time ago. And I'm going from the hotel and I'm walking over to the stadium. And I run into this little, I don't know, it's like a 5-foot high wall. And walking around. Hotel, Baskin Robbins.
Yeah.
Fuddruckers. I said, I'm going to go to Fuddruckers get a burger. And I turn left. There's the friggin' Alamo. Right in the middle of downtown San Antonio, bro.
It was just a wall, and now they've closed it up a little bit, made it look like a building. Yeah.
Well, it used to be much bigger back in the day, but I thought the Alamo was like some big thing outside of town.
Oh, like a giant.
Like a national park. You go and you visit the Alamo and you check out where Santa Ana blasted through and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, literally, there's 50 feet away, there's a Fuddruckers.
That would be weird.
And I'm like, that's the Alamo.
No, it's like any other tourist attraction. It's always surrounded by sales items.
Well, the same thing happened to me.
The Vatican City. Moj, we were in the Vatican City. What's right across the street from the Vatican City? Bunch of people that sell crap.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's right in downtown. It'd be like the Alamo's on the 16th Street Mall. It's like it's not some sort of national, part you go to and all this kind of thing. You literally, it's downtown, next to a dress shop and Embassy Suites, and it's weird.
It is true.
I found it to be startling.
I remember I was eating Little Caesars pizza when I saw Stonehenge.
Okay. That's what I thought it would be like. Someplace way out there.
Yeah, it's his own thing.
Like Mount Rushmore. Something. It's like right in the middle of downtown. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like on Larimer Square, there's the friggin' Alamo.
Remember the Alamo breakfast at Denny's? Okay. You just look across the street.
One thing I do know, Vic, I can tell you this, Vic.
You can't talk history with this guy. He just doesn't appreciate it.
What do you mean?
He's a total...
He just doesn't appreciate history, doesn't appreciate his country, doesn't appreciate what it took to get here.
I wish sometimes this was just a podcast because I'd call you what you really are right now. But I can already tell, what's the date today? June what, 4th? Vic, you're gonna be fine. I just think that we're going to have a tough summer.
Why?
Because it's starting out like this, and you and your, quote, curious X crap today. Okay, he's been for X amount of years, and X amount of this, and X amount of that. And I'm just curious, Moj. I'm just curious. I'm curious. I mean, like, what are you doing today? Like, I was in such a good mood when I woke up and walked in.
I'm a man of curiosity.
Well, so am I, but I don't demand answers from your face every 2 seconds.
I just feel like you're overly sensitive with me. I think my joke of eating Little Caesars pizza outside of Stonehenge was good, and I think it one-upped your story, and now you're mad about it. That's what I think.
All right.
I really can't say anything to you today without you getting upset, even when everything makes sense.
Well, because you started out in a bad way when you tried to pin me down on things that no human could possibly know. What's going on in Joe Sakic's head, Moj? I don't know. Hey, Moj,
I
you're
talking to my guy all wrong.
It's wrong tone.
The reasonable question of what does foreseeable future mean? That's not a crazy thing to ask.
Hey, we missed this yesterday. We didn't talk about it. Did you guys see Jamal Murray will not play for Team Canada?
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, it's his own choice, Vic, but he's now out of Team Canada stuff for years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you've got to make a 3-year commitment.
Yeah.
What's going on this summer? What's the new international basketball thing that we're doing
There's
now?
always some international tournament. I don't know. Joker's playing in it with Team Serbia. Some FIBA thing. There's always a tournament of some sort.
Didn't the NHL guys get, super pissed off at what's the games that they just played that the U.S. was just in?
They played the Olympic
Olympics?
Games.
No, not the Olympics.
That's what you call the Olympic Games.
Olympic
No, there's
Games?
something else.
You mean the Olympiad? you're referring to?
Is it
what are those little
IIHF
games they
or
played
something
in?
like that? What is it?
The World Championships.
The World Championships. Did that just happen?
Yeah, Matthew Tkachuk said I'm never going to do this again.
Okay, so I was right again, and you guys yelled at me for being right again.
No, but-
How about that?
But Sidney Crosby loved it. He played in it. Celebrini played in it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but why
there are too many
did
games.
Kachuk hate it so much? Is it just another thing that they had to do,
Too
and
many
he was
games.
pissed about that?
He didn't have to. He said he agreed to do it. He didn't have to. Nobody's forcing him to play.
I feel like I would just be, you know what? I'll play in the Olympics. Everything else is these little reindeer games. I'm out. I'm not going to do that.
Well, Crosby played. Celebrini played. And they, by the way, Canada lost to Norway. Norway won the whole thing. Norway. What are you raising your hand for?
Because look at his face. He's Norwegian.
My dad's side of the family is Norwegian, Moj. Come on.
Every time something like this happens, I just can't relate. Because Moser gets to claim like 15 different countries because he put a dip in one of them, and then all of a sudden he's like a resident. I don't have any of that. I don't have any secondary country.
Because you've never been out of this country outside of Mexico.
Neighbors of the South, very beautiful place. I'd recommend.
You were
highly.
Hatched from an egg. You don't have any family. The foreseeable future refers to a period. So, Brett, can this satisfy you? I don't have a timeline. And you were demanding a timeline out of me about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
I wasn't demanding. I was just wondering.
Here's the definition,
just
and you're going to have to
curious,
live with
Moshe.
this. What an ass. The foreseeable future refers to a... Thank you, Nellie. The foreseeable future refers to a period of time for which you can reasonably predict events or plan your actions based on current circumstances. It generally means, quote, as far as ahead as we can see without committing to a permanent timeline.
Yeah, so it's nothing. That's what my whole point was at. It's nothing.
Oh, yeah.
The explanation is as vague as the term itself. And it's not your fault. I don't know why you're acting like I'm berating you
Because
for it.
I tried to tell you, the only person that knows is probably Joe and Josh and...
Moj, everybody says you're wrong, by the way. Norway won bronze. Finland won it, the whole thing.
Finland, that's what I meant.
Dummy.
That's what I meant.
Embarrassing.
Finland.
That's what I meant.
Nobody cares about that crap anyway. They play the Spengler Cup. They play all these international things that nobody cares about.
Well, that's what I'm at. That's why I asked the question about the World Championships. Nobody cared.
No.
I'm not going to play in something that nobody cares about. Sorry.
Correct.
Not happening. But yes, the reason why I ask foreseeable future is that just getting through the draft, because somebody's got to be there for the draft, and obviously Sakic was going to be part of that anyway. Now, they don't have a pick for the first 3 rounds? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the Knicks win the NBA title.
Why?
I just think they've got some of that Vegas Golden Knight magic going on. They haven't lost since April 23rd, and they're just a confident bunch. They have enough length on that team to deal with Wemby. They can score at will. I just think San Antonio is going to be favored. We all think the West is going to provide the champion. I think San Antonio climbed that mountain over OKC, and they're going to exhale. And I think the Knicks win the NBA championship.
This might sound stupid. Oh, well. I don't trust their path. And that might be a dumb thing to say because they've obliterated everybody that stood in their way. But there's a different sort of belief I have with a team coming out of the West playing against the OKCs of the world than teams playing against the Cavs.
I don't know. The team that came out of the East last year took OKC to 7 games, and if not for an injury to their point guard, perhaps they win an NBA title.
Yeah. Very true. I don't know. I don't know. There's something about the Knicks that they've just obliterated everybody in front of them. And I'm still like, yeah, I'll wait and see. See how that goes. They could be up 3-0 in this series, and I think it'd still feel that way. Again, might be dumb. Could look really stupid by the end of this if they keep beating teams by 20 points a night like they've been doing in the playoffs. I just got a tough, I am so shocked that San Antonio's even here.
I know, it's weird. It's just weird. Remember when we were sitting here a month ago, 2 months ago, saying maybe the Nuggets should have they need to set it up so they play San Antonio. They go through that route.
Yeah.
Because they can handle San Antonio, and they won't be ready for the playoffs. And Joker handles Wemby and this and that. And that team is now in the finals.
And as crazy as it sounds, as I sit here today, I still feel like the Nuggets. Why do I still feel like they shoulda, woulda, coulda beat the Spurs? Why do I feel that way?
I can't do that. I'm not playing that game.
Well, I
What
am.
game are you playing?
I'm playing the game that their super important guys were hurt,
Yeah.
and I don't think there was any shot.
You know, the beauty of sports is that you can commiserate with every other team now. Like the Nuggets, as bad as it was, and I hated it, they can commiserate with the T-Wolves and OKC and every other team that lost along the way.
What do you mean?
like me. Trash.
Like they can identify with them?
Do you understand the definition of commiserate?
I know
Suffer together.
Blink 182 says that in their All the Small Things song.
Commiserate. Together we weep.
I just
Together.
I have such a different feel for the Nuggets and what needs to happen this offseason than the Avs. I really do. The Nuggets feel like something's broken and needs to change. Like that's how that one feels.
So you're looking for one team, minor changes, for the other, sweeping changes.
That's how it feels to me, yeah. And with the way the Avs season ended, it feels like they shouldn't be in that category, but they are for me. The Nuggets feel like something is just not working. And I don't know.
How do you make sweeping changes when you are financially restricted, though?
I don't know. I said the same thing. To be fair, Vic, I said the same thing last year, and they made a bunch of changes last year. Now, that necessitated a trade of a giant contract and a, quote, core piece of your team.
Can I ask you this question? I'm glad you brought that up because it's a year removed now. It's a year later. Did that trade work?
I mean, no, but I don't know if the result's any different if they don't do it.
So if Michael Porter Jr. remains with the team, are they better? Do they advance farther? What?
You know what's funny?
That's such a great question.
Cam wasn't bad in that series. Like
Cam was
really
the best player in the last
bad.
game. In the
Vic,
last game, Cam had 27 points, if you remember.
Vic,
in the deciding game.
What is the big X factor with the Denver Nuggets when it comes to their starting lineup? And who's in and who's out?
They need more perimeter defense.
Okay.
They need AG healthy.
They need a healthy Aaron Gordon. We can talk about was the trade good? Did it work? Could it have worked? Did you have to do? If you don't have an healthy AG, you're not going to win anything anyway.
They need more perimeter defense.
Okay, that's fine.
It's the game. It comes down to I have to be able to stop the guy in front of me from getting by me.
How much of that changes if Peyton Watson and AG are healthy, though?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if that's. It's just you're supposing it would change, but
it would be better. I mean,
okay.
We can say that. I don't know how much, but it would be better.
So here, the Nuggets on that front, they're hurt in two different ways. Perimeter defense is not as important when you have a guy like Wemby hanging back there affecting shots and changing manners.
Yeah.
So when Wemby hangs back there, you saw how many people from Oklahoma City decided, no, I'm not going. I'm gonna decide to go elsewhere.
Chet took the series off.
Yeah. So when you have that hanging back there, it forces players to decide other options are more likely. If you don't have a rim protector, you better have perimeter defense. If you're lacking both in key situations, tough.
Yeah.
Are we sure he didn't get hit in the ankle with a paper airplane?
He might have. Maybe that was his issue.
Because maybe he's dealing with a serious issue.
Just to address something real quick before break. I was always somebody against load management, but now with players like AG and Jamal periodically hurt, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Bro,
but it doesn't assure you
AG had like 4 months off during the regular season.
It doesn't.
He was as managed can get.
Here's you can give him the entire season off, and it's just you don't know. You just don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, there is no. I don't. You could not have handled a load management schedule more than you did for AG this year, and it still didn't matter. So I don't even think that's. I just think that this is kind of how it's going to go now, and it sucks.
Mike on the text line says a healthy Nuggets team only lost 2 games. Sweeping changes is knee-jerk. Training and medical staff. Everybody always approaches the medical staff, and I'm telling you, a lot of times in pro sports, the medical staff will do what the athlete wants you to do.
Right.
You wouldn't believe how many of these guys have their own medical staff, per se.
Again, we can get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. I got a question about players having rooting interests for teams that they don't play for. I'll explain next. I need to know the protocol on this. I don't know what the protocol is. Did you guys happen to hear A.J. Brown being introduced in New England yesterday?
No.
He said this.
Sure did.
At his presser.
Just talking to my mom, and I was like, man, I'm still in awe, trying to adjust and, walking up the hill with the uniform on. I was like, man, this is real. Caught myself one point in practice, wasn't paying attention because I was like, dang, I'm a Patriot, Just trying to take it all in as much as I can. Obviously, I got back to work quickly, but there's levels to it, and like I said, I'm enjoying it. It's obviously I know this ain't heaven, but it's close to it.
So he's very excited to be in New England, and part of the reason why is because he's been a Patriots fan like his whole life.
Really?
So he was doing this interview, and he's got like Patriots gear in his man cave in his house, but he's an Eagle. And he was kind of asked about that. He's like, well, I've always liked the Patriots. How would you feel if you walked into like Bo Nix's house and there's just like, I don't know, dolphin gear everywhere or something, like something that's not, I feel like that'd be odd.
You can't change a guy's childhood, though. I mean, we've talked about this before. If a dude Bruce Brown grew up in Boston.
Yeah.
I hate Boston. He grew up there.
See, but I can understand, like, Nick Benito's a Laker fan, isn't he? Doesn't he like the Lakers, or he likes LeBron or something like that?
He's a LeBron guy.
LeBron guy. I can understand that. That's a different sport. But if I'm walking into Pat Surtain's, well, his dad played, I guess that's a little bit different. If I'm just walking into Cortland Sutton's house and it's like cowboy gear everywhere, I'm like, this is a little bit weird. You're in the league. I guess you can still pull for your team. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know protocol on this thing. It just seemed odd to me that a professional football player would have another professional sports team's.
It's really odd. It's sort of like a passionate Detroit Lions fan working in Denver talking about the Broncos every day.
It's not like that at all. I'm not an athlete, not a professional athlete.
You can't change your childhood, bro.
I get it. I just, all I'm saying is if you're.
Very few of us grew up in this town. You grew up in another town. You can't change the teams you rooted for. I mean, Nelly, who'd you grow up? You grew up rooting for the San Francisco Giants, right?
And the 49ers, yes.
You can't change that.
But
what are you going to do?
I'm saying when you're playing in the sport.
I changed it.
When you're playing in the sport, I don't. That's different than just some guy talking on the radio. I mean, it's a different thing. What if you went to my house and I had another sports station gear all over my basement? I mean, wouldn't you be like, that's a little odd? What? I just grew up listening to the station. It's like, okay, but you're in it now. That's all I'm saying.
Marvin Mims grew up in Dallas. I met his parents at that Nuggets game. Huge Cowboys fans. Huge. I think the dad was wearing like a Cowboys hat. His son plays for the Broncos.
I know. It's like, if I got...
But what are you going to do? That's where they're...
Look,
where they live.
If I got drafted by the Bears, and
would you have Lions stuff in your house?
And we're playing Detroit, and my dad's wearing a Lions hat. I'm like, what the hell, dude? What are you doing? It would be funny. I mean, a bunch of people pointed this out, that Shane Ray, I forgot, had a Chiefs tattoo. That one's got to be a little awkward.
C.J. Anderson's mom was a passionate Raiders fan. Passionate.
Hang on, Vic. If Dante went to the U and he was
I'd
playing,
kill him.
All right, fine. Mose, you said you had something. Go ahead.
My beautiful baby boy.
I've got a couple of things. Number one, I just got my email for Ryder Cup tickets for 2027.
So you can't get Masters tickets, but you always get Ryder
Well,
Cup
no,
tickets.
it says I got to join the ballot. I got to join the lottery.
You say that like you have tickets. You don't have tickets.
No, I don't have
You have
tickets.
an invitation to definitely not get tickets.
Moser got an invitation to sign up for a chance to win tickets.
Well, first of all, I can't afford. First of all, it's in Ireland. Okay. Do you know how much tickets are per day for the Ryder Cup in Ireland?
A G?
They're like over 500 euro.
$1 million.
Which is like 600 and something bucks.
Yeah, you don't want to go to Ireland to watch the Euros stomp the U.S. team.
You're right. I don't. That's number one. And so, you know what? Ryder Cup,
I've given away by the way, I've given the Ryder Cup away. That's theirs now. They own us. I'm man enough to say, we've lost the rights to that trophy. They own us. They own us. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, they do. They do.
Full ownership. Europe owns the U.S. in Ryder Cup golf. You're better at that sport, at that particular brand of sport, team golf. You are better than the U.S. players.
What were you going to say about this, though, Moj?
I'm just saying that's crazy money, man.
Oh.
That's number one. Okay. My phone, I'm trying to get my phone open. It won't recognize my face. My phone's like, I don't know who you are, jackass.
Moj, here's what it sounded like you said in another way. Vic, I just got my invite. I got my ticket to win $250 million. Now, it's a lottery ticket. I will never win this.
My
But
bad. Yeah.
you're obsessed with your master's invite to get the ticket
I
thing
because
and your
I never
Ryder
get
Cup. No kidding. That's why they do it. It's got you in an email list. They're probably taking all your data.
I mean, how do you enter?
Just suckering. Just absolutely.
You're just such a sucker.
How does a human enter?
Engulfing all of those Google searches that you make on your laptop and your phone.
How do you try to get it for 20 straight years and they tell you, nah, it's all right. Better luck next year. There is no next year for me, dudes. I'm out.
What's the one sporting event? All right, we're in this business. What's the one sporting event that you've never attended that you'd like to attend? I know for you it's the Masters.
Yeah. Three
Okay.
then. Yeah, Masters, I'm another one just popped in my mind. Never been to the Masters.
Uh-huh.
I've never been to the Indy 500.
I was going to say Indy 500. I'm not a race car enthusiast, but I think that'd be really cool to attend the Indy.
And I've never been to the Kentucky Derby. I've been to everything else.
I've never been to the Kentucky Derby either, but I just think it's a big drunk fest. People just dressing up, wearing hats, and drinking. Like any other sport, basically.
Yeah, and because at football games, Brett, they don't dress up in hats and drink.
That's true. I want to go to a basketball game in Serbia and light off those flare guns.
That would be awesome. That would be sweet.
That's what I want.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Go to Belgrade where they play. There's two teams in Belgrade. Gosh, names are escaping me right now. Red something. And those teams, when they play every year, it is fireworks party.
I've been to.
What if I told you I just want to go to a 5-year-old soccer game? Never done that before.
Yeah,
I'd like to go to an Olympiad.
Right to jail, right away.
I've never done that either. I've never been to the Olympics, but I've been to all the major pro sport championships. I went to an EPL game. I've always wanted to go to a Premier League game. I did that. That was awesome. I've done a lot of things I've wanted to do.
One thing I would never want to go to is an America's Cup sailing race, which I would find so boring.
Yeah, what do? You sit on the shore and go, see you when you get back.
And that's pretty much
Bon voyage.
Isn't that what people do when they go to the Boston Marathon?
That's stupid.
Bye! Isn't that the whole viewing experience? Is just yelling bye to people?
See you in about 6 hours.
What is the most boring sporting event you've gone to? Where you were just bored to tears?
I will say years ago, I went to the X Games in Aspen, and we went to one of the, I don't know what it's called, but the one where they go down the big hill and they do all the obstacles along the way, and then they go off one big jump at the end. And we were
Moguls. I think it's Moguls.
We were at the very, very bottom, at the very, very back, at the base of Buttermilk Mountain. And so we just waited and waited and waited. And then you'd see a snowboarder about the size of an Advil tablet go through the sky while you're freezing your butt off. And then you get to wait another 20 minutes for another tic-tac.
That sounds fun.
How about this, Moj? If I said I wanted to watch the wingsuit competition, I want some stakes to be on the line.
Well, that's a DMac category right there. And because I heard him talking about it, I had to do research on it.
What?
Wingsuit people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want the idea that I could be watching somebody's death. I want some real
I got something
stakes.
that you guys would not appreciate, but I do because I partake in the sport. I love watching live a cycling event.
Jesus.
Like I went to Lookout Mountain when those guys came through town because I do Lookout, and I watched them do it, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh, good God!
These guys aren't human. Are you kidding me? As fast as they're going, how is this possible? You guys wouldn't you wouldn't understand it, nor would you care about it. I care about people.
We just talked about sports where you just see people for a second. What is the experience here that you're talking about?
You move to other parts. You watch them ascend. And then
now
you
I
go
have to
another
exercise to watch? No, that's not.
Can I? Here's one from Chris. Sort of goes into mine. When my daughter was a cheerleader, I'd go sit in the stands and watch high school kids cheerlead for 5 hours. That really sucked.
Got to tell you, I went. Little baby Jamal Kale had a dance recital. They were terrible.
Not necessarily a sporting event. Remember the time I told you
I lived that gymnastics dance routine, man.
Me too.
I lived it.
I went to my nephew's viola recital. Remember that? The band?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Jesus. And I swear to God, dude, I was looking for, I wanted to go find a cop to borrow his pistol. It was terrible, man.
One of the most electric sports events I've ever attended. And when I say electric, like the emotion, the adrenaline rush. If you've ever been to a prize fight in Vegas, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I love going to a live boxing, dude.
A prize fight, not just a major fight.
Go
in
to
Vegas.
go to like a belt, dude. It is awesome,
unreal,
great time.
And you're thinking to yourself, there's a lot of I don't know. It's the moment, the energy of the moment, the walk-in songs, all that stuff, man.
Even real boxing in person or a championship fight in person, dude, it is fantastic. I agree with you, Vic. I'm down with that. Last thing for me, the Bill Simmons thing the other day kind of got me a little bit with the Nuggets. Hey, you got all the money. What, just spend it all? Go to 27 aprons. And then I'm reading this baseball is going to have a real problem, boys. A real problem. Sure. And all these sycophants and the Society of the Protectorates and all these guys who guard the game with their lives. I won't name names, but some big name writers that you could probably imagine who these people are. Well, if you get a salary floor, these frugal teams will have to spend up to the da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, yeah, they will, because they're going to get more revenue from other teams. Like the Dodgers can't just hork all their $600 million a year from local TV revenues or whatever it is they get. Have to share some of that bread, and it'll help teams get up. But I started to think, do these people think that there are just a ton of billionaires running around the United States of America just dying to buy a baseball team? Not all owners are created equal. We were just talking about the Walton Penner Group here in Denver, Colorado, and our owners as well. We are very fortunate. Very, very fortunate. Because number one, you've got to find a billionaire who wants. You got to find a billionaire. Then you got to find one who wants to own a pro sports team and invest their money in that toy.
Right.
Then you've got to find one that's not a total jackass. I'm sure there are plenty of people with money who would love to buy a sports team, but you don't want them owning a team in your league. You don't want. That's why they're vetted so hard. You don't want that person. Even if they have the money, you don't want that person in your league. So the pool of people to buy the Pittsburgh Pirates or buy the Kansas City Royals or buy the Chicago White Sox or whatever.
Yeah.
It's why you see these conglomerates coming together, like the people who own the Red Sox are buying the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Well, that's the weird thing.
It's not an easy thing to do. And so, these typing sycophants who think they have all the answers, they don't think far enough ahead. They don't think deeply enough to really understand what it takes to own these franchises. It's not an easy thing. And we are very, very fortunate in Denver, Colorado. I'm going to say that. With 3 of the 4 teams, I think we're very fortunate.
Well, not to mention, we've talked about this before. It's not like the Rockies haven't spent money before. They've never spent, the Mets or Dodgers level, but they've been middle of the road quite often. It's not like you're the Cleveland Guardians and you're like, we have a $40 million payroll. You know, I mean, they're willing to do it. They've just messed up on where to spend the cash. But that would certainly eliminate all that discussion. You couldn't talk about cheap owners anymore for the most part if you have salary floors. Because everybody's got to pay at least a certain amount. And then you can kind of hold them accountable because you know what teams are capable of spending beyond that.
Yeah, but let's say you're a Cincinnati Reds fan. Well, I wish they'd sell my team to a guy with big bucks and blah, 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 blah. Well, number one, who wants to buy your team? Who wants to own a team in Cincinnati, Ohio? No offense, my daughter goes to school there. Yeah, Bengals should sell to somebody with, $80 billion. Well, they don't want to own your friggin' franchise. You know what I mean? Not all owners are created equal. Now, all these people are rich. Don't get me wrong. They all have way more money than I could ever imagine having in my entire life.
Why don't you
But
have
when
that
it, but
money?
when it comes to being able to defer $1 billion in salary like the LA Dodgers, and then you go to the friggin' mistake by the lake in the Cleveland Guardians, and they've got a lot of money, but they don't have that kind of money. I just don't know who these people think own these teams.
My question is always when someone says, how these guys have so much money. I tell my kids that. Why don't you become a billionaire then? Go get it.
Yeah, dude, pro sports.
No, seriously, Brett. I mean, if you want, go do it. If it's that easy, go do it.
Why are you talking to me?
I'm looking at your face, and your face just.
Yeah, you know why? Because you've been mouthy today. That's
Go do
why.
it. Hey, Nelly.
You've been pretty mouthy.
Nelly, you look like a guy who hates rich people.
Right? I don't.
The proletariat will rise again.
Yeah,
Vic.
you hate rich people, right? Yeah. Right. All right. You hate rich people.
I love them. I want to be one.
All right. Go. My question. Go do it. Go be rich. Why can't you go be rich?
If you gave me the capital, Vic, if you gave me the fungible capital today, I could do it. But I don't have the capital.
What about those who didn't have the capital and still did it?
Well, it's a little too late to start Mark's House of Chicken, all right, and build it from a 21-year-old street cart to a multinational corporation.
Wait, hold on a second. You have a lovely wife who's multi-talented in so many different things. She made those little
why can't
man
she be,
purses for you.
Why can't she be like
she can
Banksy?
Paint, she can sew. She's shown she can do everything. Go make some money.
Bad move by that guy, by the way. Part of his mystique was that nobody knew who Banksy was, and when you saw a picture of him, you're like, ugh.
Why can't you make money? Why?
Why is this not in the Louvre?
Why are you yelling at me for being poor?
What? I'm just asking you.
Being poor.
Why are you not making revenue? Where's your revenue stream?
I'm saying, dude, the amount of money to own and invest in pro sports nowadays is mind-boggling.
Why? But why are people that have money yelled at for having money? Go make money. Go make money.
I'm not yelling at anybody. I want that. I want to be that. You give me the capital, and I will take care of it.
I like where I'm at. Being a billionaire sounds like there's a lot of stuff you got to do. Not really interested in all that stuff. Like what?
Like have a boat with a boat?
A lot of upkeep.
What
and
do
then
you
there's
care?
the other side that really makes me emotional when I think of it. We had my dad's lunch. Did you stop for lunch, Moshe?
Yes, of course.
At the reception?
Yeah. Well,
I don't remember seeing you.
I know. That's okay.
There was
yes.
There was a father there with two little boys. They were volunteers for the parish.
Yes.
And the two little boys, 12, 10 years old, were cleaning up all the plates.
Yes.
For free. Volunteering. No money. Nothing. For free. And I'm thinking to myself, these kids right now, what they're doing right now, that makes them richer beyond any money. There's no money in the world that could teach them what they're doing, the service they're providing right now at this very moment. It touched me. I know I'm going off on a weird tangent right now.
No, I think you're totally right. I also think that Bezos would call them poor.
So how did I react?
Summer's gonna be
how
like
did I
this,
react
after what I went through? After what I went through, if the summer's going to be like this, I ain't showing up no more.
I reacted by watching that selfless act by that father and the two sons.
It was beautiful, yes.
By tipping them good money.
By the
Well,
way,
it's very kind.
By the
But
way,
the point is that they didn't do it for the money.
Yeah.
Correct.
It wasn't about the money for them. It was about the service.
Correct. I agree with you. I don't quite know what to do here, so I'll just say we're going to go to break now. Okay? All right. Hey, this is Brett Kane. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest. And don't wait for the what-if moment. Switch to the only book that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays through any first-half injury. Whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, whatever it is on that Fanatic Sportsbook, Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But Fanatic Sportsbook, they flip losing bets into winning bets every night on the court. And that means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. They set standards. It's fair play. It keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. That's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Moser has told me 20 times today alone. He goes, I can't do it with you this summer. I don't know what this means. I don't know what you're talking about. What does that mean?
What do you say me for?
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. What does that mean?
You got, I don't know my list, but it's certainly top 10 of songs in this world that I hate. I mean, hate with every fiber of my being. Hate their guts songs. You got one stuck in my head today.
Oh, it's still in there, huh?
What do you think? I'm taking a whiz and I'm whistling it. I'm going, what the hell am I doing?
You felt this way before I did that. Now I'm just trying to hit you with a cattle prod. So, I mean, what is it? What's the deal here?
All right. We're going to have a...
Vic Moser has MF'd me for 3 straight hours today.
About what?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
There are songs that I hate.
It wasn't about the song. Don't make it about the song. Don't latch on to the latest thing that happened. What's been your malfunction all day?
I don't know. Everything.
I feel like, you know what?
Because you've been mouthy. First of all, you've been mouthy. Second of all, I'm curious. That's just stupid. You've said I'm curious like 800,000 times. It started with Chris MacFarland, the Avs, and it started with, hey, Moj, what does foreseeable future mean? I'm like, I don't know what it means, Brett. What do you mean? I wouldn't tell you what it means. I don't know.
Just asking you a question. That's what I do on this show. I ask questions.
So,
give
Vic,
opinions.
Do you know the song Everybody Hurts by REM?
Moser, how many times?
No, I'm...
on this. No. Stop for a second. Stop. We've been doing the show together for almost a decade. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't care about your music. Don't ask me about music. Don't bring up music. Don't go down. I don't care. I will never care. It will never be a topic of discussion to point my way. Reserve that for these shills.
Agreed.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
You call me a shill.
A music shill. Because you guys allow it. You feed the beast. I know Nelly does.
Well, I hate that song anyway. Doesn't matter. I hate it. But there's a song called For the Longest Time by Billy Joel. For the longest time. I hate that song with every fiber of my being.
I put it in like an earworm.
And Dillhole sang it every commercial break for like an hour and a half today. And I'm in here trying to get some peace, taking a whiz. I'm in there taking a whiz, and I'm whistling it to myself. And then I stop myself midstream and go, what the hell am I doing? Why am I doing this? I can't do this summer. I can't, bro.
You're right, Moj. This is going to be a long summer. In fact,
dude, I'm still hurting. Last night, I was cursing at the television. I'm watching these jerk wagons score goals. Dude, this is gonna be a toughie, bro, because there's no easy fix. There's no easy answer. Sometimes it just, you know what it is? Movie Groundhog Day. It just hit me.
You know what's...
Let me explain.
Okay, go ahead.
Bill Murray, in whatever episode it was of his, I guess it was like 10,000 days he lived there. There's an old homeless guy on the street that he wants to help eventually, right? First of all, he doesn't have any money and this kind of thing. And he takes him into the diner and he feeds him and all that. Every single time the old man dies. And he says, I want to see the chart. Let me see the chart, right? And what's the nurse say to him? Sometimes people just die.
Yeah? What does this have to do with anything?
Sometimes you just lose a series. Sometimes you just lose.
I mean, that's what it is. You're still upset about the Avs. You're much in the same way. If I bring up anything basketball for a couple of weeks after the Nuggets lost, Vic got very angry. But let me tell you something. I'm not an expert in a lot of things.
TJ Rumfield's Rookie of the Month.
He's a stud.
Rumfield, not Donald Rumsfeld.
Nope.
There's little things I am an expert in, but I was laughing so hard because I was intentionally trying to do this to you, where I'm planting this bug in your ear and I'm torturing you without you knowing. I had a buddy. He likes 2 bands, Teskey Brothers and Tedeschi Trucks. And whenever one of the songs would come on, I would always say the other one.
On purpose.
On purpose. And it took him a year. And he finally goes, how do you not know? And then he looked at my face. He's like, are you kidding? I go, I've been doing this for a year to you without you realizing it.
That's pretty cruel, bro.
I'm going to keep doing this to you over the course of the summer, by the way.
Pretty
I'm going
cruel.
to find
It's
ways
pretty
to do
cruel.
it. It is me. No,
it's a
I
cruel
agree.
thing. It's
me.
a cruel thing to do to your bro, dude that you like. Maybe you don't.
But it was, for my entertainment, it was great.
Well, sometimes teams just they just lose. And there's no rhyme or reason. I mean, it's a shot here. It's a missed pass there. It's McKinnon to McCarr streaking down the wing off the end of his blade. And a dump truck takes a puck and throws it 70 feet in the air in a home run pass perfectly. There's no explanation for it. There's no rhyme or reason. It just happens.
See, that's your takeaway from the show.
What's yours?
My takeaway is simple. If you want to buy a pro franchise, go buy one. Go make some money.
You know what's really crazy to think about? That Vegas is up 1-0 in the Stanley Cup final. If you just took the entire season by total points, they're 13th in the NHL. That's what they finished the regular season. 13th in the league in points. By the way, they were behind a team who was eliminated from playoff contention, which was Washington.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me go back to April 1st. Okay. I mean, a little bit before that. Hang on. It's just March 15th.
You're right, Danza. That guy in Carolina, if he had 150K.
Yeah.
Buy a team. Start small. Buy a semi-pro team.
Do you recall?
Run it your way.
I mean, I would buy a tricked out Porsche, but you do have to remember, in Minnesota, it snows too much.
Yeah, it does. So, do you recall what Connor McDavid said about the Pacific Division this year?
Yeah, he said something about how...
It's always a great start.
He said it's a pillow fight.
Yeah.
He said the whole division is a pillow fight. And now the pillow fight is up 1-0 in the Cup final.
Yeah.
How is this? You know what? We got to change the playoff format. We've got to change the format, man. We've got to.
Can I show Vic something real quick?
Please.
Buy a team.
Do you want to know the look of somebody who's super confident in the answer? Ask me the McDavid thing. I'm gonna be Vic.
What did Connor McDavid say about the Pacific?
Yeah, it was just shaking her head. All right.
Was that what I was doing?
Yeah, that's exactly what you were doing. You were going, yeah, he said something like, something. Anyway, go ahead, Nelly. Fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
What's 2 plus 2? Yeah, it's
Dude, you were funny.
It's like I don't know, 6 or something. I don't know.
That's funny.
Well, here's another cool stat about Vegas's improbable Game 1 win last night. So the Golden Knights, according to ESPN Insights, became the first, quote, true road team to win Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final since the Blackhawks did it in 2015, and they went on to win that series in 6 games. The reason that they clarified a true road team is because the Stars technically won a road game in 2020 in the bubble to start that series, but let's not really count that as a road win.
I see. Yeah, I don't know. They just they have hockey gods on their side right now. I don't know what else to do.
He looks dead. He's a dead man.
Oh, Moj, have fun singing this.
I want you to spend
dinner
the
tonight.
rest of the day. I need a get-rich-quick scheme. Let's make some money.
No, everybody listening to me, go to @Radio Moser on Twitter and send him this song. Everybody.
Assault him.
I don't understand why you want to do that to me. Why do you want to do that to a guy?
Because it's fun, and it's the summer.
It's not fun, bro.
Really? Then why do I have tears in my eyes right now? I'm having a blast. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great day. We love you.
I'm
Talk
like
to you tomorrow.
Rachel Phelps in Major League. I hate that blanking song.
Hurdle for Sissons. Back to Hurdle. Scores! It's Tomas Hurdle with the go-ahead goal. 3:24 to go.
And there's your answer. You know, Hurdle, such an interesting story for him. Had gone 29 games without a goal. That's now points in 6 of his last 8.
Stahl, clean win. Across, shot to the team's direction. Just went wide. And the clock drains, and the Golden Knights take Game 1 in the 2026 Stanley Cup Final.
I tried so hard to be a butthurt curmudgeon last night and not watch Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. I tried so hard to just, because it's our job and we have to watch these. And I understand that. Boo-hoo me. Go cry me a river. I tried so hard just to watch that game and then at the end go, I don't really need to do this. I am disinterested in these two teams. I sent out a tweet last night, Coach, as we welcome you guys into the morning sprint. Sent out a tweet. I've never been this disinterested in a Stanley Cup final since 2007 when Anaheim and Ottawa were playing in the Stanley Cup final. And after the game, I had to look myself in the mirror and go, that was a fantastic hockey game. From start to finish, it was entertaining, it was fast, it was tight checking, there were goals. It was simply a phenomenal hockey game.
You got to tip the cap?
And I hate the fact that I have to tip my cap.
You got to tip the cap to the Vegas Golden Knights for being resilient, for being a team that can do it on the road in Game 1 against a far superior performing team, we would say, during the regular season. I was listening to the morning show talk about this was the 13th best record in the NHL, the Vegas Golden Knights, who are now, well, they're firmly in position, just like they were against Colorado with a win in Game 1. By hook or by crook, they found a way to get a W. And they have championship DNA. The other guy you got to tip your cap to is the punchable face that is John Tortorella. He is doing a magnificent job in game-recognized game. He was the perfect fit at the perfect time for the perfect franchise that had a sliver of air that was coming out of its window. And he went out and just opened that window.
Kicked it square open.
And it is...
I don't know how long that window is going to be open. It could be a
just
year. It could be 2.
This could be it.
Right. It could slam back shut next year with a gust of wind and never open again. It's open right now. That dude is punching every button properly. And Carolina's a good team. Those two hockey teams never stop skating. That was the one thing. And it's shocking because that's a hallmark of the Avalanche. That's a hallmark of the Joe Sakic and Chris MacFarland. Obviously, that era has now come and gone as MacFarland is the president of hockey ops in Nashville now. It's the hallmark of the Avalanche. They are the best skating team in the National Hockey League. Vegas and Carolina. Nope. Vegas deserves to be there. Mm-hmm. They never stop skating.
The difference in the game last night
doesn't
versus
make me hate them less.
Really any of the 4 games, I hate to say it, with the Avs against the Vegas Golden Knights, there wasn't any point in time where you saw Carolina look the slower team, clearly the slower team, look the more fatigued team, look the more at the end of their rope team. It was just wall-to-wall, wire-to-wire hockey, and it was a lot of fun to watch. The Avs ran out of gas, man. They ran out of gas.
They did.
I don't exactly know why. I don't think there's been an autopsy that's been performed successfully yet of the 2026 Avs, in my opinion. They ran out of gas, and Moser, he kind of defined it that sometimes you just die, right? Like, people die.
Oh, they talked
Teams
about
lose series.
They talked about the 96 Broncos losing to the Jags, right? And obviously very different across the gauntlet that is a Stanley Cup playoff run for 7-game series the entire way as compared to the NFL playoffs where, you can come up against a team like Jacksonville where you have John Elway and Sharp and Terrell Davis and Smith, not to mention the guys on the defensive side that you had. You can come up in a 1-game scenario and not quite have it, and the other team does everything right, and you lose. It was so shocking for the Avs because it was game in and game out over 4 games. And outside, whether it is Val Nichushkin or Ross Colton or maybe a defenseman, you do have to make a few moves, and you don't have the cap space to go out in free agency and address those holes or address the needs, right? The need to get closer to what Vegas has. You don't have the ability to do it in free agency because of the cap, but I think that's a good thing this year. The free agency market is a disaster. It is horrendous this year, where you're going to make changes on this team, where Joe Sakic is going to make changes on this team because, again, foreseeable future general manager. I still think that's like a 2-month thing at the most.
I'm voting that it's going to go through the season, and it's going to end up in a cup being hoisted by the Colorado Avalanche.
I will happily eat crow if that's the case.
I really believe that's going to happen. I just think, okay, so
I dismissed you yesterday.
4 years ago, you hoisted a cup as general manager, and that your head coach was Jared Bednar. Let's try that again. I like that. Let's do that. That's a good combination for the just one time. For the one time. That's my prediction. I don't know if that's going to be true. You know a lot more about the franchise than I do. I just think that there's sometimes there are moments in a franchise's history where you say, you know what, it's time for me to put my work gloves back on.
And I think the reason why I jumped against it so hard yesterday when you were like, why don't you just like have Joe be the GM again? And my comment was, how many board members who used to be CEOs really want to jump back into the CEO role when they are kind of in a quasi-retirement level where you're still making great money, but you're making more like overarching decisions, and you're not doing the boots on the ground, day-to-day grind work that a general manager, or in this case, a CEO, has to do. Rather flip those two things. What you do see a lot of times is that when companies go through massive changes at the top, whether it's COOs or CEOs or CIOs, they do bring in board members to kind of steer and right the ship for the foreseeable future, where right. I think the foreseeable future is 2 months, but it could very well be a year before you figure out what the next step is for the organization. I hope I'm wrong. I don't think it's a bad thing for Joe to run the organization from a general management standpoint for the entirety of a season. Do I think he wants to be the long-term GM? Absolutely
no chance.
Not.
I almost wonder, because I do believe there's a really good relationship between Joe Sakic and Jared Bednar. And they won a cup together. Brothers in arms. They went through it together. I almost wonder if this is one of those, hey, big-time ownership, Kroenke family, that's not as involved anywhere near on the day-to-day operations with the Avalanche as they are with the Denver Nuggets. Because Josh Kroenke is a basketball man. And he loves the sport of basketball as a collegiate basketball player. See him walk into a building, you're like, yep, that guy played basketball. So Joe Sakic is typically left, not to his own devices, but he's left to be the manager of all things Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, kind of trusted to be the governor of the team.
But there are times where you trust the people, you like the people, but you own the team, and you're like, dude, Joe, and this could be from Josh, like, Joe, what happened? I got it. I got it. Bedsy and I, we're going to get this right. I got it. That's what I feel right now. I don't know how long that lasts, but I personally think it's a year. I think it ends in a cup. And I think if it doesn't end in a cup, or if it ends in a kind of a miserable exit from the postseason, say it's the Dallas Stars, say it's the Minnesota Wild, all of a sudden add a bunch of physical players, and you don't solve some of the issues that you've had in the last 3 exits in the postseason, then I do think it's probably Bedsy, move on, go hire GM that maybe is tied into a coach that's a strong-willed, kind of hard-headed coach.
It makes sense. That's probably the pathway right now. I don't think that's just the pathway that you want. I believe that looking at what has happened since the end of the season and what has happened over the past couple of years, obviously with the news yesterday that MacFarland is going, I do think that is the most expected path, is Joe takes the helm, they try and get 1 year where it finally works. And if it doesn't, it is truly cup or bust yet again. Now, I thought it was, unless you get to the Stanley Cup final, Bednar is gone. That's not the case. The team is bringing him back this year. He's got 1 year left on his deal. I don't think they're going to extend him in the offseason. I truly believe they look at this and they go, you got to get it done this season. You have to confirm that championship. One, while it's great and it's more than a lot of these teams have, right? It's more than what the Connor McDavid Edmonton Oilers have. It is as many as Vegas has in this same time frame. It's more than what Toronto has with Austin Matthews, the best player in the history of their organization. But with the precedent set by Forsberg and Waugh and Sakic, it must be 2. And next year is truly the year of you get it done or it is done.
Raj, I hope your credit card's greased up, ready to go.
Uh-oh,
Don't look,
dirty 30?
Don't look now, but your Colorado Rockies have won 4 of their last 5 baseball contests.
Craziness happened last night. We got a home run off Joe Adell's noodle last night. That Broncos on the field. You'll be there tomorrow as a member of the media, coach. So
member of coaching.
I'll
be high school coach, and I don't know. I'll find out where they make me stand.
Yes. We'll be excited to hear from you tomorrow about that. Mark Bertinoli will be in tomorrow. But yeah, the Rockies are red hot. We'll get into the Broncos. The FPI, chances of winning the Super Bowl, have the Broncos right in the middle of the pack. They have the Broncos heavily regressing this year. We'll talk about it next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today with you guys. 303-504-0925. We are going to be joined in 20 minutes by Altitude Televisions and friend of the program, Christopher A. Dempsey.
Like the actual originator of the program.
Yeah, the guy.
The OG.
The dude.
The guy.
He's going to join us and preview game 1 of the NBA Finals, Knicks and Spurs tonight.
Fascinating. I am so intrigued by how this thing's going to go. I think it's either going to be an unbelievable 7-game series won by the New York Knicks, where Jalen Brunson has 3 buzzer beaters over the course of 4 games that they win.
Or the mutant is just going to show up and it's going to be a 5-game.
I think it's going to be one of the two. I don't know what I don't know what I'm rooting for more, to be honest. Probably a 7-game series. I just because I like basketball and I like when championship events like last night feel like the two best teams are playing each other.
Yeah, and they live up to expectation. It's odd. I'm looking forward to this series, and I think it's because San Antonio beat Oklahoma City in the West Final. I worried that had the Thunder gotten through, even though it was the Knicks on the other side and there's the excitement of New York City and maybe the Knicks can win a title for the first time in decades, I still think I would have looked at that finals and gone, do I really want to watch it? No, not the case at all. I am dialed in tonight. So we will talk to Dempsey in about 15 minutes from right now to preview that one. Coach, we got a home run off of Joe Adell's dome yesterday.
Yes.
The Rockies have won 4 of 5 dating back to Friday, and they are just 6 wins away from the Dirty 30, and you need just 6 victories in the next 18 days.
The Dirty 30 challenge. It's starting to look pretty good for your boy. And now we did to clear it up. We do have some documentation on the whiteboard behind us.
Correct.
And I'm going to have KJ serve as an honorary commissioner here to determine who's going to become the winner of this event. Because as of right now, if it's like Price is Right style, right? Where is Price is Right where you can't guess like above the value?
That is correct.
So if we're going Price is Right style and I have to be either before the date that I predicted or on the date. Other than that, you're the winner. Are we going with that or are we going closest to the pin?
I feel as though it's probably closest to the pin.
I did not think you had it in you to say that.
It doesn't feel right. It would feel very cheap of me to be like, oh yeah, you have to hit it directly on the nose. And if they get their 30th win of the season on Sunday, July 21st, I win, even though I've got them winning.
June 21st, right?
Sorry, June 21st. If they were to win the game a day late, and my prediction of Sunday, July 5th was, at that point, it's like 10 games off, 12 games off. I would not feel great about winning that bet. I think it is closest to.
I really want to get it on the date or before.
You are right there.
I want it so bad. And I've been following this thing like I've never followed Rockies baseball in my entire life. So
you're right there.
Alex Ryan-Emmy predicted that July 5th, which would be a major improvement over last season.
Monster improvement.
It would have been a full month better than last year when you hit 30 wins. I picked June 20th, which at the time was laughable.
Asinine.
It was like, that's the stupidest prediction ever. The Rockies are 100% going to lose 100 games. And right now, with a lineup that's doing some pretty interesting things. I mean, even last night, the home run call that KJ's got it queued up and ready to go. Let's hear it from last night.
433 feet. And now back to back. Here goes TJ Rumfield toward the wall, and it bounces off the glove of Adell. And TJ's in his second. And he just gave one. Yep, there it is. That's a home run.
Right off the noodle. It wasn't off the glove if it was off the dome. That's what I said.
How about TJ Rumfield just was named Rookie of the Month, I believe, for the National League. I don't think that's a Major League Baseball between two leagues. I think National League Rookie of the Month for the month of May. TJ Rumfield right now, man. He's third on the Rockies in plate appearances, in at-bats, I should say. 206 at bats. He's hitting just shy of 290, which in Major League Baseball now, there's not many guys that are hitting above 260. Everything's about like your OPS and on base plus slugging percentage. 8 home runs. He is leading the team right now with 30 RBIs. And he's just playing really good baseball. Like there are some signs to be excited about. Like Troy Johnston, he's hitting 316. When was the last time a Colorado Rocky hit above 300 for a good stretch of the season? Mickey Moniak, his OPS is at 942. And Mickey Moniak already with 12 home runs and just 150 countable at bats. This is a baseball team that's playing like sneaky decent. And then Ezekiel Tovar's coming back to what you were hoping that he was going to be, which he's the best player on this team. In addition to Hunter Goodman now up to 15 home runs on the season. Like there are some things as we get into the summer months, as the weather gets a little bit warmer, that like, let's just call it like it is. They suck, but they're like, it's worth going to a baseball game to watch the actual baseball and not just get $3 beers before the game and then just go hang out and leave in the 4th inning.
I'm not saying 101 loss season is good by any stretch of the imagination. But they're on pace to have 18 fewer losses than last year. That is a monster improvement. And the eye test does tell you that's a better ball club. That is a ball club that is closer to figuring it out than they have been in the last half decade. I think I'm screwed on this bet. Their next schedule, it's tough, man.
Yeah, the series against Milwaukee,
Milwaukee's tough.
It's a home series, which is good, and Chicago's a home series.
You have to play against Mizorowski. I cannot. If you guys can find a way to go to a ball game this year, go watch the Miz pitch on Friday.
Friday, June 5th.
That guy is the most electric thing happening in Major League Baseball right now.
6:40 p.m., baby. That's gonna be a fun
That guy
one.
is unmissable television. I would go to Friday night's game without a doubt. If you get the opportunity to go see Paul Steen's pitch on either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, June 19, 20, and 21, which might be the dirty 30 day for Coach, you have to go watch.
What if it comes
Skeens.
against Skeens?
It's not going to come against Skeens.
I don't know, bro. I mean, what if Livy makes a little trip out here to Colorado, hangs out with us, and the dirty 30 happens on the day that...
I mean, if Livy's there, yeah. You should
cool.
go to a game if Livy's going to be there.
It'd be awesome.
Who's like the best pitcher they've beaten this year? Have they beaten Shohei?
I don't think so.
I don't think they've beaten Shohei. I can't, off the top of my head, I can't get you.
How about Friday? The weather for Friday's game against Mizorowski. 88-degree high, mostly sunny. Just a nice 8-mile-per-hour breeze. About first pitch, it'll probably be like 76 degrees. It'll be glorious.
What a day to go see the best pitcher in baseball.
Oh, man. That sounds fun.
We didn't get to talk about this. This happened after our show yesterday. Just a quick $5 million raise for Pat Surtain out of nowhere. But we're in that business of just like, oh, yeah, here's another 5 sheets.
It's the right thing, though. Think about it, Alex. This ownership group that the Denver Broncos have is known for what? 2 things. Like, what do you think? What do you think the Walton Penner group is, as an ownership group? What is one of the most important things that they have? A lot of what?
Money.
As much, if not more, than just about every ownership group in baseball, football, basketball, hockey.
I think it's the richest ownership group in sports.
So they got it.
I'm pretty certain.
And granted, there are going to be there are ramifications to a bonus like this, like a 5 sheets. It gets baked into the cap at some point. So you can't just do this to do this. It's not. I think there is some cap math that plays this.
I'm pretty certain the $5 million that he gets this year is part of his cap hit this season, which drops their overall down to like 20. And you can pretty much roll all of that into next season, which I expect them to do.
They had extra money